Steve Grove, can we do a mic and camera check, please?
Hello. Can you hear me and see me?
I can hear you and see you. Thanks, Steve.
Yep.
Good morning, Mary. Can we do a quick mic and camera check, please?
Good morning. Yes, I just did. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
All right. I click. Oh, there we go. All right.
I can see you. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
All right, it looks like we've done mic and video check on everyone speaking today. So we are ready to get going.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning. The time is 8:03, and I will now call to order the March 21st, 2023 meeting of the Contractor State License Board. I'm Mary Tigert, the CSLB Board Chair. So board members, we will be using cameras during the meeting. It's your call on leaving your camera on during the meeting. However, I am requesting you turn your camera on when you speak. When you would like to comment during the meeting, please turn on your camera or select the raise your hand icon in the WebEx application. I will call on board members to speak. When called upon, please unmute yourself. I am pleased to introduce John Kinn. John has been appointed CSLB Board Counsel by the Department of Consumer Affairs. John has over 30 years of practice in California through multiple areas of law. John started in March and has already hit the ground running, assisting CSLB in a number of legal issues. Along with us also is longtime DCA attorney Christy Shields. And Christy, I apologize if I mispronounced your last name. I'll look forward to learning it better. Who some of you may recall was the board's counsel for 5 years before the pandemic. I understand Christy's onboarding of John to all things CSLB is nearly complete and that John will be flying solo at subsequent meetings. So thank you, Christy, for all your years of excellent counsel to the board, and welcome Mr. John Kinn. CSLB executive staff joining us today includes Registrar David Fote, Chief Deputy Registrar Michael Jemnetsky, and Executive Office Analyst Mariah Rovera, who will be calling the roll. CSLB Public Affairs Supervisor Rico Garcia is our host and moderator today. So we'll do a roll call now, please, Mariah. Oh, and please note for board records that Jacob Lopez and Steve Pinelli have approved absences. So if you can confirm the board member attendance and call roll, that would be great.
Mary Tykert.
Here.
Rodney Kobos.
Here.
David De La Torre.
Here.
Miguel Galarza.
Here.
Susan Granzella.
Here.
Alan Guy.
Here.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence. Diana Love.
Here.
Michael Mark.
Here.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence. James Ruane.
Here.
Johnny Simpson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we will have Board Vice Chair Diana Love lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Diana.
Good morning. Would everyone please put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Diana. Next is an update on the establishment of a board officer nomination committee. July 1st, 2023 will mark the beginning of a new fiscal year, as well as new terms for our board secretary, vice chair, and chair. Under board rules, I have appointed David De La Torre and Susan Granzella to the nomination committee, which is an advisory committee of the board. David and Susan will recommend a slate of officers for board member consideration. The board will elect new officers at the June board meeting after receiving the report and any recommendations from the nominating committee at the June board meeting. Board members will be surveyed individually by staff for interest in serving as a board officer for the next fiscal year, July 2023 through June 2024, and those interested in serving will be considered by the nomination committee. Are there any board member questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Rico, please check to see if there are any members of the public who wish to comment.
I do see a hand raised by Tabitha Davies. Tabitha, you can unmute yourself and speak.
I've prepared a statement to read today. My name is Tabitha Davies. Dear California Contractor State Licensing Board, the process that I went through to seek justice for my family through the CSLB is totally unacceptable. You are supposed to be a consumer protection agency charged with regulating, policing, and enforcing standard of education, experience, professional licensure, and ethical, responsible work with consumers. I found a contractor who was listed as a general contractor and a C-47, which is a manufactured home contractor. He stated he was licensed, bonded, and insured. His directory profile verified that he had a bond. What he did was take over $180,000 of our dollars, leave us with a mold-infested, uninhabitable home, When I started the complaint process, I was only told by the CSLB, oh, sorry, we can't tell what's due to his CSLB license and what's due to with his HCD dealer's license.
Excuse me, Tabitha.
Yes.
Okay, we would love to hear what you have to say. And the comment that I had asked for was relating to the nomination item, but your public comment is coming up next. Can I start that off, and then we'd be happy to hear from all
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
So we'll move to agenda item B, which is for public comment and to request agenda items for future meetings. The board values public input as part of our consumer protection mission. To allow us enough time to conduct our full schedule of business today, I'm limiting public comments to 3 minutes apiece. If your comments don't involve an item on today's agenda, this would be the time where you can make them. If you have comments on one of our agenda items, we encourage you to wait until we get to that item. We will give you an opportunity to make your comments at that time, and we also ask that your comment relate to the agenda item currently before the board. There are a few other rules that apply. First, California law prohibits board members from discussing any matter brought up during public comment, and board members are not allowed to act on any item that is not on today's agenda. Second, if you want the board to discuss a topic not on the agenda, you can ask us to consider placing that item on the agenda for a future meeting. And finally, if you have an application, complaint, or disciplinary charge pending before the board, we ask that you not discuss the details of your case or pending complaint. That's because board members may be the judges and by law are not permitted to receive evidence or information that is not part of the administrative record in the case. So members of the public, if you are with us on WebEx and would like to make a comment, you can use the chat feature to send the host a note that you would like to offer public comment. If you are joining us on the phone and would like to make a public comment, press *9. We will take any WebEx comments first. Well, we'll hear from Tabitha first, followed by WebEx, followed by telephone comments. We will use the same system throughout the meeting for public comment during each agenda item. You'll find instructions on how you can make public comments on the agenda for this meeting posted on the CSLB website. So I will now ask for comment, first from board members. So please turn on your camera and raise your hand if you have an agenda item that you would like to be placed on a future meeting agenda. Any board members? Okay, so let's turn first to Tabitha, and then after that, Rico, if you can please check to see if there are additional members of the public who wish to address the board or offer a future agenda item. But let's start with Tabitha.
Tabitha, you can
Would you like me to Would you like me to restart?
You're welcome to.
So my name is Tabitha Davies, and I wanted to comment on the process that I went through to seek justice for my family through the CSLB, which is totally unacceptable. You are supposed to be a consumer protection agency charged with regulating, policing, enforcing a standard of education, experience, professional licensure, and ethical, responsible work with consumers. I found a contractor who was listed as a general contractor and a C-47. He stated he was licensed, bonded, and insured. His directory profile verified that he had a bond. What he did was take over $180,000 of our money, leave us with a mold-infested home that we couldn't even live in. I started the complaint process only to be told by CSLB, oh, sorry, we can't tell what's due to his CSLB license and what's due to his HCD dealer's license. So we're closing this. I then had HCD come to the home where they saw all the workmanship issues, the lack of service being provided, failed inspections, and I contacted CSLB to reopen my complaint. I then had a hell of a time getting a hold of the investigator, and I use that term loosely, which included an almost 3-hour phone interrogation of me, where I had to argue why this wasn't okay and why CSLB needed to take action, including looking up specific codes that are under the CSLB jurisdiction. Me, the consumer, with a newborn and facing homelessness because of me having to advocate for myself. That alone is repulsive. For there to be a letter of admonishment because he hired unlicensed subcontractors and told us they were employees, not because he ripped out walls and treated mold with bleach water without permission and after being told not to, because it needed a mold remediation expert. My home isn't level. My home wasn't repaired right. He contaminated the entire house with his actions. My home is separating. It wasn't properly connected. And there was so much that went horribly wrong. And this contractor admitted to an HCD investigator that he knew what he was doing, taking money from us, and was unable to actually do what he needed to do. So he just didn't. He gaslit me. He enacted DARVO against us. He lied to multiple state agencies. He was brought up on criminal charges by the district attorney's office that only got dismissed due to the county I reside in not having enough judges in courtrooms. We're one of almost 2,000 people right now whose cases were dismissed in Riverside County. I had to go to work mere hours after giving birth to a human being because of this man. My kids had to live in a van running off of a generator for months because of this man. He did not pay his increased disciplinary bond from 6/2021 to 1/2023. And you, the California State Licensing Board, gave this monster his license back. You have no consumer notice as to the letter of admonishment or prior suspension of his license on your website. You have literally given him a license to harm others in our community. My personal comments on this matter are, how dare you? The level of how I hope you can't sleep at night, you all deserve, because you oversee a system that is so unjustly broken. You don't take consumer protection seriously. And this is apparent in every interaction that I have had with the California State Licensing Board since day one. The only person who gave me any hope initially was the person that I spoke to from the very beginning, who told me how to file my complaint. I want to know who oversees the CSLB and what the formal complaint process is, because I can't find it. And it's morally repugnant, cruel, and unacceptable. And all that keeps replaying in my mind is I know how to advocate for myself and my family. What happens to people who are disabled or are in other marginalized communities who don't know how to do that for themselves? They just get pushed by the wayward and don't get any sort of representation by the overseeing board for these people.
So Tabitha, thank you for your comments. We can't discuss your complaint specifics in this public
Understood.
forum. I'm so sorry that's happened to you. What I'd like to ask is that if you would leave your information in the chat feature, our Chief of Enforcement, Steve Grove, will follow up with you. We'll research the handling of your complaint as well as the substance of it. So thank you for making time today.
Thank you.
Okay. Rico, is there any other comment?
Yes, Jerry Munoz, you can unmute and speak.
Good morning, guys. My name is Jared Munoz. I'm just calling, or basically participating in today's meeting because I am a little curious about the handyman laws for California and seeing if it's possible to have something on the agenda for the future, seeing how that $500 might be raised in the future, if it's a possibility sometime.
So your agenda request is to consider whether the handyman $500 fee should be increased?
Correct, yes. To
Okay.
adjust for inflation and devaluation.
Okay, thank you for the request. And I'll ask, potentially, Dave, can you help me to assess how we would consider it for a future agenda?
Perfect, thank you, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Father Lamar, our legislative chief, and I will follow up with Jerry.
Thank you, I
Chair.
appreciate you guys. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you too. Any other public comment?
No other public comment.
Okay. The next item is Agenda C, recognition of staff and members of the public. CSLB has been fortunate to have the support of construction industry leaders to protect consumers, maintain professionalism, and assist qualified persons to obtain a contractor's license. One such industry leader is Anthony or Tony Forchette, who passed away February 25th, 2023. Since 1965, Tony served as the founder and president of the Cal State Contractors License Services. During the past 57 years, Tony assisted tens of thousands of license applicants and contractors to establish and maintain a construction business. In addition, Tony was always available to CSLB staff to discuss opportunities to improve the licensing process, and Tony regularly attended board meetings. Many of you will recall most recently, Tony and his son Nick, who is here with us today, attended the August 30th and 31st board meeting in San Diego. Nick, on behalf of the Contractors State License Board, please accept our condolences on the passing of your father and gratitude for all he did for the construction industry. Nick, would you like to make any remarks?
I don't see Nick's name in our attendees list unless Nick is one of our call-in participants. And if so, we need to use the hand raise prompt.
Okay, we'll wait a moment. And at this time, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence. Thank you. We also have a staff recognition item. I am pleased to publicly recognize the extraordinary efforts of 54 yes, 54 CSLB staff who have been absolutely instrumental in serving as the face of CSLB at 21 disaster recovery centers and local assistance centers at state and federal declared disaster zones throughout California since the end of last year. These staff are attending these centers often after hours and traveling long distances in inclement weather and on a volunteer basis outside of their CSLB duties. They are providing one-on-one support to disaster victims by answering questions and providing materials to locals affected by storms and flooding, and ensuring they are informed about the importance of using licensed contractors and not jumping too fast into a disaster rebuild. CSLB executive staff tells me that our state agency partners that participate in these recovery efforts have expressed their great appreciation to CSLB for its partnership and support as California works through its response to these weather events. We are unable to read all 54 names, but I've asked that they be presented briefly on the board meeting slides currently on display. I invite you to join me in expressing your appreciation for the CSLB staff who have given their time to these efforts with a round of applause. Are there any board members who'd like to comment?
I would like to make a comment.
Thanks, Diana. Please go ahead.
I would just like to thank all 54 names of recognition that are listed here. What a phenomenal group of people to step in to assist in our disaster areas, to give their services, to volunteer. It's just phenomenal because every one of our consumers need help in these areas when disasters occur. So again, thank you all, and it is much appreciated by all of us here at CSLB.
Thank you, Diana. Are there any other comments on this item? I understand Registrar Foat would like to comment.
Good morning. Yeah, I'd like to just kind of echo your comments, Chair Tykert and Board Member Diana Love. Just want to thank the staff for really going the extra mile. It's not been easy to get to some of these remote locations, but they volunteered. They've worked long days. Many of these days are 12-hour days, worked weekends. They've had to, I guess, stay up there on the coast for a week at a time. So I just want to thank all the staff at CSLB for their commitment to consumer protection, to really taking a proactive approach to protect these disaster victims so that they're not harmed in the future as they rebuild. So thank you all.
Thank you, Dave. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item?
We have a hand raised from Chuck. Chuck, you can unmute and speak.
Respect, thank you so much, not only for all these people who help during the disasters, but for the whole board, protecting the consumers, helping us deal with it. I really appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate that. Any other members of the public that want to speak to the recognition item?
Not to this item, but we did have someone in the chat earlier that was overlooked. So once we're complete with this item, we'll want to take that comment.
Terrific. Okay. So no other comments on this item, then we will ask for the public comment that was previously overlooked. So if you would like to provide your comment now, we would love to hear it.
All right, Edgar, you can unmute and speak.
Edgar, would you like to share a public comment? Okay. In that case, we will turn over to our next agenda item D, the review and possible approval of board meeting minutes and committee meeting summary reports. So we'll begin with the December 8th, 2022 board meeting minutes, which begin on page 10 of your packet. Board members, do you have edits to the December 8th, 2022 board meeting minutes? Okay. Is there any public comment on the minutes? Do I have a motion to approve the December 8th, 2022 board meeting minutes?
Jim Ruane, so moved.
David Del Torre, second.
Is there any comment from board members? And Rico, are there any comments on the board minutes from the members of the public? It seems like we have some challenges today with trying to make sure those get done. So we'll come back to you, Edgar, in a minute, but let's finish this item on approving the board minutes. Any public comments on the board minutes?
No public comments.
Okay, so Mariah, can you please call roll?
Mary Tykert,
Aye.
Rodney Kobos,
Aye.
David De La Torre,
Aye.
Miguel Galarza,
Aye.
Susan Granzella,
Aye.
Alan Guy,
Aye.
Jacob Lopez approved absence, Diana Love,
Aye.
Michael Mark,
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli approved absence, James Ruane,
Aye.
Johnny Simpson,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you, Mariah. And now let's see if we can come back to Edgar. So Edgar, let's take another crack at it. I know the technology can be challenging, but we'd love to hear your public comment. Enrico, if you can help him figure out how to hear his comment.
Yeah, in WebEx, he is Edgar is unmuted on this side, so we can't hear you, Edgar. You might want to make sure that the device you're on, that you don't have your microphone muted on that device, but WebEx does have you unmuted.
Edgar, are you still with us? We'd like to hear from you if you are here.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, Edgar. Another option might be to call in on the phone number that is seen on the agenda for this meeting and try calling in to comment over the phone.
Okay, we're going to move to the next item, but Edgar, if you're able to either call in or send us a chat and let us know what we can do to help you, we would love to hear from you. I know technical difficulties can exist. I see your note. Do you want to try right now? Okay, we'll give a minute for Edgar and the device sorting out and turn to the registrar's report, which begins on page 38. So I'd like to turn it over to Registrar David Fote to provide your report.
Again, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chair Tykert. I'd like to begin with providing an update on our next scheduled board meeting, and that is June 22nd and 23rd. The meeting on the 23rd will include Nevada board members. We have made a request to conduct that meeting in Nevada. We have received the first of 2 needed approvals. The Department of Consumer Affairs has approved our package, and we now need approval from Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency. I am pleased to report that our budget manager, Stacy Paul, reached out to agency yesterday, and they've done a cursory review of it, and they expect to have their final review of our package complete by the end of this month. So it looks real positive. Mariah will be surveying all board members next week regarding your availability for we look at probably going to be an in-person board meeting in late August or early September. As far as committee meetings, we may need to have an enforcement committee meeting the last week of April, but that'll be something that Committee Chair Michael Mark will need to decide on. Moving on to the accomplishment and activities report. The report was distributed separately in hard copy to all board members. It's been made available to all members of the public on the first page of the CSLB website. It's under the What's New section, lower right hand corner. I would hope that everyone would take a look at it. The committee chairs and division chiefs will be highlighting their accomplishments during their updates later this morning. Regarding disaster response, you'll see a summary of the disaster response efforts on page 38 of your packet. Won't repeat what's in the packet. And I thank you, Chair Tykert, for recognizing our staff that have volunteered to be present at the disaster recovery centers. The one thing I did want to mention, and this is a plug for our budget manager, Stacy Paul, who's been very active in working with FEMA to try to recover some of our expenses. And as Stacy said to me yesterday, she's fighting for every dollar. Right now, we look at our expenses that were unabsorbable. These are above and beyond what we would normally be focusing on with our staff. Our expenses are $605,000 to date. So there's been a lot of money spent in this outreach, not just for being present at the various centers, but we also have our boots on the ground program. We're out with Department of Insurance and others trying to protect consumers and also to deter unlicensed practice. We post signs. We do all that we can to try to educate the public on how to hire a contractor and be successful with it, but also to discourage unlicensed practitioners and those that would seek to harm consumers from going into those areas. And I should just mention that Stacy has also got Board Secretary Michael Mark involved and advised as to our outreach efforts. So again, thank you, Stacy. And the last update I have is on the hiring of consultants. At the December 8th board meeting, the board approved hiring 2 consultants for set dollar amounts, not to exceed dollar amounts, I should say. One was to spend up to $75,000 to hire a consultant to research the scope of the underground economy and the resources needed to respond to unlicensed practice and the underground economy. And we reported at that meeting on our efforts to secure that consultant. I'm pleased to report, though, that we can enter into a interagency agreement with a university. So we have a couple of universities that we're in communication with. I've been told that it looks pretty positive that we'll be able to select one of them, and I'll be providing an update on that effort. And hopefully we'll have a contract in place. This will be moving forward by the June board meeting. The other consultant would be to look at to do a workload study. We really want to have a little better understanding as to how many complaints we can expect our consumer service representatives are the ones that first receive the complaint, try to mediate and resolve our licensing complaints. How many complaints can they handle in a given month? And also for our special investigators, we've had board-approved goals in place since 2006. How's the work changed? Do we need to reevaluate those goals? Possibly. And so we want to have a workload study done for the handling of our reactive consumer complaints. You may recall that the board had contracted with Cooperative Personnel Services, or CPS, to do a study of our renewal fees and also our licensing processes and the cost to perform those processes. They did a wonderful job. We are in communication with CPS. Looks like they're going to be willing to take a contract to do this workload study. So we're real optimistic about that. And again, I'll be providing everyone an update on the hiring of a consultant to do a workload study at the June meeting. Chair Tykert, that would conclude my registrar update.
Thank you, Dave. And I appreciate your work and research there. Rico, are there any board comments regarding the registrar report? Okay.
Any board members can unmute and speak. I don't see anyone with the hand raised.
Okay. Any public comments regarding the registrar's report? Okay, there's no action required of the board on the registrar's report, so we'll move on to the next item. We will pause briefly to revisit the public comment since it looks like Edgar is on the phone now. So Edgar, can we hear your public comment?
I've unmuted you, Edgar. Yeah, this might be him on the computer. He says he also called in. The challenge with people who call in is we can't see who is who, so we're not sure who we need to unmute.
Can we
WebEx just identifies it
for long enough to hear from Edgar, and then we can remute all the others? Oh, look, and Edgar has his phone number in here. Is that possible to do it based on that?
It does not look like it shows me phone numbers on our side.
Okay, how about unmuting everybody for a minute, and then we can hopefully hear from Edgar.
I'm sending an unmute request to those of you on the phone. So if you're not Edgar, you can ignore that request. Edgar, if you see or hear a prompt asking you to press a number to unmute, you'll want to follow that prompt.
Is it possible to call Edgar outbound since he's provided his number?
Yeah, we will see if we can do that and then let you know if we get him on the phone.
Okay. In the meantime, my apologies with all of the backing and forthing on public comment. I missed the item D2, which is the February meeting summaries. So if I can backtrack, we're going to go back to the review of the February 16th, 2023 Licensing and Legislative Committee meeting summary reports, which begin on page 24 of your packet. Board members, do you have edits to the February 16th, 2023 committee meeting summary reports? Is there any public comment on the summary reports? Okay, may I have a motion, please, to accept the February 16th, 2023 committee meeting summary reports?
This is Diana. I move the motion.
Jim Ruane, second.
Okay, thank you, Diana and Jim. Are there any comments from board members? Rico, any public comment?
No public comment?
Okay, and then Mariah, can you please call the roll?
Mary Tykert,
Aye.
Rodney Kobos,
Aye.
David De La Torre,
Aye.
Miguel Galarza,
Aye.
Susan Granzella,
Aye.
Alan Guy,
Aye.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence, Diana Love,
Aye.
Michael Mark,
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence, James Ruane,
Aye.
Johnny Simpson,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. So we'll try one more time with Edgar, and if this doesn't work, then maybe we'll postpone it to the end of the meeting, at which point we'll have that be our last item today. So Edgar, are you able to speak at this point? Okay, we're going to move on to D4, CSLB budget update. We're now on executive. Oh, and Edgar, two things. One is we'll ask at the end of the meeting to see if you're able to do this, or two is if you'd like to write down what your comments are, you can either send that through the chat or send that to us if you'd prefer to do it in written format. So let's turn to item D4, the CSLB budget update. This begins on page 42 of your packet, and I will return it over to Budget Manager Stacy Paul.
Thank you, Board Chair, and good morning, everyone. On page 42 begins the budget update. The first page summarizes the projected budget and expenses for this fiscal year 22-23. CSLB has a final authorized budget of $80 million, and at year-end projections of $91.5 million in revenue and $78 million in board expenses and $6.3 million in mandatory external costs, ultimately increasing our reserves to $16 million, which is just over 2 months in reserve. In a moment, I will discuss where we're at in achieving our goal of 4 to 6 months in fund reserves, which is approximately $30 million. On the next page, the first chart shows your fiscal year budget and expenses through January. Nothing too exciting. In fact, we're spending slightly lower than expected at 52% of our budget. The chart directly below is our revenue through January. Overall, we're exceeding prior year revenue by 27%. This increase reflects the new fees that were implemented back in January 2022, which compared to prior year without the fee increase, it equates to approximately $10 million in additional revenue. If you flip the page, the chart highlights our final budget with adjustments for this fiscal year of $2 million. So our budget went from $77 million to nearly $80 million. The increase in budget is mainly attributed from approved bargaining unit agreements to increase staff salaries, retirement, and benefits to cover health increases. The next page is our fund condition, which projects out to budget year 23-24. The middle column is current year, where it shows our beginning fund balance of $9.1 million. If the year-end projections are realized, as I discussed on page 42, then reserves at year-end should be $16 million or 2.3 months in reserve. If you look at the last column, which is next fiscal year, You can see we should continue to gradually replenish our reserves to 19.4 million, getting us closer to that goal, which would be almost 3 months next fiscal year. Flipping the page to page 46, this is our CMEA fund condition. The board was successful in increasing the annual appropriation again this year to $175,000. As you can see, the fund is healthy, and we continue to work with the administration to increase those yearly grant donations as our fund improves. Lastly, let me quickly touch on the statistical summaries on the last 3 pages. No big surprises through January. We are seeing an increase in new apps and HIS, and renewals appear to be steady for the first half of the fiscal year, as our licensed population is not declining and seems to be staying stable over the last year. This concludes the budget update unless anyone has questions.
Doesn't look like we have any hands raised from the public anyway.
Thank you, Stacy. Is there any comment from board members? Okay, and thank you, Rico, on the public comment. There's no action required of the board. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Hi, Mary. I did have my hand raised. I just do want to say thank you, Stacy, for your hard work on this budget. Part of going forward is making sure we have a good amount of reserves, and we're growing the reserves here at CSLB. As board secretary, I did get a chance to really go into the weeds with the budget this past year, and I was surprised on the amount of detail that all the staff is working on towards this budget. So kudos to the budget department. That's it.
Thank you, Michael. My apologies for overlooking your raised hand. Any other board members?
Yes, this is Susan Granzella. And again, in the depths of 2020, when things were moving very quickly and very slowly, addressing the reserve was a high priority in addition to everything else the staff had to do. So I'd like to commend you for being on track for the required reserves that we would need. Good job, Stacy, and to all the staff.
Excellent point. Thank you, Susan. Any other board meeting comments? Sorry, board member comments? Okay. Seeing none, there's no action required by the board on this item. So we'll move to our next agenda item, which is D5, administrative update. This begins on page 52 of your packet. And leading us through this discussion is going to be Mike Melisa.
Thank you, Chair Tykert, and good morning, members of the board. I will direct you to page 52 of your board packet. I will begin with the administration division update with our personnel unit activities, starting with our personnel transactions. So during the second quarter of fiscal year 22-23, CSLB personnel staff completed 58 personnel transactions. This included the addition of 11 employees from other state agencies, 10 employees that are brand new to state service, as well as 1 student assistant and 1 retired annuitant. Within CSLB, there were 7 promotions and 26 transfer appointments, of which 19 were redirected positions. In addition, 2 employees accepted a training and development assignment. At the top of page 53, you will see our report on vacancies. CSLB averaged 46 vacancies out of 425 authorized positions in the second quarter of fiscal year 22-23. The personnel unit continuously works with CSLB hiring managers and the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Office of Human Resources to identify and minimize any delays in recruitment for key positions. Moving on, I will discuss our employment recruitment efforts, which is also found on page 53. So CSLB continues to work with DCA, the California Department of Human Resources, CalHR, and other organizations on opportunities to partner and participate in career fairs and recruitment and outreach events. CSLB has joined the CalHR's listserv to identify job fairs and other recruitment activities statewide to assist in recruiting new employees and promoting jobs and careers here at the CSLB. In addition, CSLB's personnel unit is working closely with the CSLB's Office of Public Affairs to increase awareness to the public in regard to job opportunities here at CSLB and pushing it all on social media outlets, especially recruiting platforms such as LinkedIn. Furthermore, CSLB will also utilize surveys on all of our job opportunity advertisements as a tool to gather feedback on what method of advertising has the most effective reach to these job seekers. On page 54, you can see a list of exam schedules for CSLB civil service classifications that ensure a viable candidate pool of applicants to fill these vacancies. Moving on to page 55, you'll see updates regarding CSLB's facilities and contracts and procurements. Most notably on page 55 are the latest updates to the closures of our testing centers in our Norwalk, San Jose, San Bernardino, and San Diego locations as we've transitioned to our testing contractor PSI. On pages 55 and 56, you will see our contracts, procurement, and training activities for the last quarter. This concludes my administration division update. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mike. Is there any comment or question from board members? Okay, I don't see any. And then Rico, is there any public comment?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, so there's no action required of the board, so we will now move to our next agenda item, D6, Information Technology Update. Please turn to page 58 of your board packet for the Information Technology Update. And I understand we may have a special presentation from the Information Technology Unit. I will turn it over to Jason Perez, the CSLB Chief of Information Technology, to please update the board.
Thank you, Board Chair Teichert, and good morning, everyone. On page 58 begins the Information Technology Update. However, due to time considerations, we're going to be moving directly into our special presentation. The IT division has invited Tuan Verma from Inlumen. Tuan leads Inlumen's product and development team and is a principal of the company. His depth and knowledge of the licensing needs of state boards and agencies spans multiple decades. Currently, Inlumen is supporting multiple boards and bureaus under the Department of Consumer Affairs umbrella, including Board of Professional Engineers, Board of Acupuncture, and Chiropractic. In the implementation stages, other Board of Accountancy, Bureau of Automobile Repair, and Bureau of Household Goods are currently in the implementation stages for Inlumen. Please welcome Tuan Verma as he demonstrates their software licensing product for the sole owner license application process. Tuan?
Good morning. Thank you, Jason. Can you all hear me okay? Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to do this presentation. So I'll not take much time. And I'll start let me share my screen just to make sure. Are you all able to see my screen?
No, so we'll need to stop sharing the PowerPoint and then we'll be able to see
okay.
yours. Now we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So so as Jason mentioned, I will be going over the contractor license, sole owner license application, and I will be going over from a external user or an applicant point of view. So what I've done is, in the interest of time, I registered myself as an applicant, and I opened the application and I went through the application and completed a couple of tabs, which I will go over those tabs also. So this is how the application is structured. What we did was we looked at your existing contractor's license application and just used some of the fields and some of the sections from that application to build this application for this demo purpose. So you will see some of the fields, some of the questions, some of the items here that are directly from your application. So that's why you are seeing some of these tabs and the instructions which will look familiar to you. So the application it consists of tabs. Tabs are nothing but group of fields. However you want to group your fields from your application within that tab. And the red X and green check is a visual indicator for the applicant to know that they have completed the minimum requirement or minimum required fields for that particular tab. Some of these applications are very big. So it's not possible to complete that application in one go. So visual indicator helps them. They can stop the application today. After 10 days, they can continue with the application and they will know where they stopped by just looking at these green check and red X. So I'll go ahead and start completing the remaining tabs so I can complete this application. So in this case, I'll select sole ownership and I'll save and next. So as you notice, as I move through the application, it changes from red X to green check. I don't have to go in sequence. I can jump through the tabs. So it's very simple and user-friendly to use. So as I am in this tab, I'll go ahead and complete this tab also. And you will notice that in some of the fields will be identified as required and some of the fields will not be identified as required and optional through a red asterisk. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So as I completed the tab, you will notice that again, it changed to green check. So I'll go ahead and complete this tab, which again, some of these things that you will see within the tabs or the tabs will look familiar to you. The reason being that it's from your application of the sole owner application. So. And I will try to be quick. And it allows you the ability to add as many legal personal names here by clicking on add, and there's no limit as to how many you can add. Now these are some of the questions that you ask in your application. I think you ask more questions than we have here in the demo. One thing I want to mention here is that it allows the applicant answering these questions. If they answer yes, it allows them to provide explanation and upload documentation if that question requires further explanation and documentation. So for this demo, I'll answer some of them no, and some of them yeah. So also, some of the questions, if not answered no, they cannot, not answered yes, they cannot proceed with the application. So they have a message or prompt that tells them that they have to answer yes. So I'll just click yes. And in this case, just to show the feature of upload, I'll just upload, drag and drop a file from here. Let me just do that real quick. Here we go. So I just uploaded a PDF, and I'll just click here to upload. As you can see, the applicant can upload files, provide explanation. They can upload as many files as they need to upload as part of the application process. So I'll just say not applicable, and I'll say no. And when I move through this, there's another set of questions here. It's asked, similar concept applies here also. So if you answer yes, you have ability to provide explanation, or applicant has ability to provide explanation. If you click no, then you can just proceed. So I'll just, for this demo, I'll just click no. And then what we did was, there is a certificate of work experience section in the form. What we did, but then there are other areas in the form. So we wanted to show you how all of these information can be captured. So we took all of them and put it under this. Even some of these may be moved out to another tab or may belong to some other tab. So I just want to show you on yes, we have ability to capture the educational program information. They can provide that. Again, they can upload the document. On license reciprocity, they have we show them, it takes them to the different state websites where you have those reciprocities with. Credit for military experience and training, if I say yes, it allows me to provide as an applicant a description and also provides me ability to upload documentation. So I'll say no. And then this employed by a licensed business with its own construction, if I say yes, then it has bunch of information that it asks that they can provide here. So for example, their employment work experience, if they say they can select one of these options here. So there's a lot of flexibility with the information that and if I say no here, you can see that it provides them ability to provide this information. Again, this will look familiar to you because this is from your application that's being used currently. I'll say yes. So in this case, test business. I'll just say, and okay, so I'll just do save and next. So now I am into the payment page. So we have integration with the state payment provider that's used. I am assuming is the same at your agency also, which is CyberSource, I believe. Oh, no, sorry, Elevon. So here I can provide the payment. 055. So it's very simple to make online payment. There's also an option. I think payment provider also provides an option to collect payment in ACH by ACH, electronic check and a credit card. So as you can see, after I completed the application as an applicant, I'm back on the dashboard. The dashboard allows a visual representation again of some of the information that they can download themselves. We also have ability to show the status of the application here. So depending on the different stages and the business process of each of the application, the status can be viewed by the applicant. So this is an applicant dashboard. As you can see, it shows the payment receipt. So they can always download the payment receipts. It shows all of them as long as they are using the system. It also provides them ability to download the application that they submitted. So as you can see, this is the application that was submitted. You can see how they can download the application. So that was a quick demo of the application and few of the features of the dashboard to show you how the user friendliness of the application and how simple it is to use online. Jason, back to you. Thank you. Again, thank you for giving us an opportunity to demo this application.
Thank you, Tuan. We do appreciate your time and effort that has gone into this product and this demonstration. We want to also let the board also be aware that this is a model. This is a demonstration of a model of their software product. This is not a final version for the Contractor State License Board. However, this also too concludes the IT program update. I'm available for if the board has any questions regarding the demonstration or information in the IT packet, the board packet.
So, Jason, this is Susan Granzella, and I have actually two questions for you. Assuming this goes forward with the appropriate quality assurance and launching and the requirements that would to ensure that it's compatible with DCA, what do you think the estimated date would be to make this available to the contractors?
We are anticipating that this will be available in the next fiscal year, starting in July of 2023. That is our anticipation that we will be able to share this to the public.
Great, thank you. And I have just another question, and this would of course be something that we could hear from you about in June as we get closer to solidifying the launch date, what the QA or quality assurance process would be for launching this. It would be interesting to hear how that will be structured before it is made available to the public.
Sure, of course. We can definitely have that information available to you for the June board meeting.
Very good. Thank you so much. It's quite an improvement.
Thank you.
This is Diana. I also have two questions. One being, is there going to be a feature where you can stop in the middle of applying and save and come back to where you left off?
Oops. Sorry.
I can take that question if you want.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. Yes. So they can stop and come back anytime. They can log out, log back in, and they can start from where they stopped.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is, I noticed when there were some places in there where you had to complete an item or you could not go forward. And I'm not quite sure if this was one of them, but I was concerned where the question that was asked about, have you completed a program? And the answer was yes or no. But what happens if someone is in process and have not completed? There was not an option to say in process or other. Is that something that can be implemented?
Yes. That's a great question. One of the question, I believe, 6th or 7th one also had a answer like not applicable so yes, so something similar to that we can work through during the requirement stage of gathering requirements as to which questions should have what kind of answers and what kind of answers apply to those questions, and those can be incorporated in the questions.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Are there any other board comments?
Yeah, Chair Tykert, David Del Torre.
Thanks, David.
A quick question. Will it come in multi-languages or by Spanish?
So we have ability to use a translator that's provided. Sorry, are you all able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yes, so we have ability to use translator on the web page to translate those into different languages. And we have those implementations in other places where people have used translator on the page to translate that. And it's a publicly available translator with every browser today.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other board comment? Okay, any public comment?
Does not look like we have any public comment.
You said there's no public comment, Rico?
No public comment.
Okay, super. There's no action required of the board on this, so we will keep Jason on the phone and move on to our next agenda item. D7, update, review, discussion, and possible action on the 22 to 24 administration and information technology strategic objectives. So I understand that Information Technology Division has one update here and possibly an amendment to the strategic plan. So if you can turn to page 62, please, I will invite Mr. Perez to give us an update on strategic plan objective 5.3 regarding the CSLB automated phone system.
Thank you, Board Chair Teichert. The IT division is requesting an extension on the target date for this objective. We have partnered with the Department of Consumer Affairs for this to meet this objective. And at this time, the Office of Information Services has recently deployed a cloud-based solution for their interactive voice response system. So they have actually deployed it first, and we will be copying the same model that they have used. So at this time, they had just recently deployed it, and we are next on the timeline to be deployed. So we're requesting an extension to September of 2023 to implement the new CSLB onboarding process.
Okay, thank you, Jason. So let's see, relating to that request by the IT division to amend the 22 to 24 strategic plan to change the target date to September 2023. Is there any comment from board members? Okay, I don't see any. Any public comment? Okay, may I have a comment? Sorry, this is related to the IT strategic plan objective.
Right, there's no public comment.
Oh, thank you, Rico. Is there a motion to amend the IT 2022 to 24 strategic plan objective 5.3 target date to September of 2023?
So moved. This is Cobos.
Thanks, Rodney. Do you have a second?
David Delatorre.
Thank you, David. Any final comments from board members? Any final comments from the public? Mariah, can you please call roll?
Mary Teichert.
Aye.
Rodney Cobos.
Aye.
David De La Torre.
Aye.
Miguel Galarza.
Aye.
Susan Granzella.
Aye.
Alan Guy.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence. Diana Love.
Aye.
Michael Mark.
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence. James Ruane.
Aye.
Johnny Simpson.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move on to licensing. For the next committee reports, the chairs of each committee will take board member discussion and public comments as they present those items under their respective reports. So with that said, leading us through the licensing and testing portion, beginning on page 65, is Licensing Committee Chair Jim Ruane. So Jim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Teichert. I refer you to CSLB's Accomplishments and Activities Report. Licensing begins on page 17. In 2022, CSLB held monthly interactive virtual Get Licensed to Build workshops with an average attendance of more than 72 people per month. The first Spanish workshop was held in December 2021, and CSLB continued to hold monthly Spanish workshops in 2022. The workshops are conducted by licensing and public affairs staff and include a review of the benefits of licensure, an overview of the licensing requirements, and the steps involved in getting a license. Questions from participants are also answered. In late 2022, the licensing division moved the Home Improvement Salesperson Association and cessation processing online. These documents accounted for 60 to 80% of the license modification unit workload. The online submission process assists licensees with a way to submit the notification timely and with no errors, in addition to help reduce the backlog in the license modification unit. Still on page 17, also note that the licensing division also redirected the home improvement salesperson applications from the supplemental issuance application unit to the license modification unit to reduce issuance backlogs and eliminate overtime. On page 18, you will see the licensing division's judgment enforcement unit is pleased to announce the CSLB Outstanding Liability Suspension Program was successful in assisting other state agencies and members of the public to recover $50 million in outstanding financial liability in 2022. And finally, referring you now to page 20, CSLB offers a Veterans Application Assistance Program for those transitioning from military service to civilian employment. This program offers priority services to veteran applicants by evaluating transferable military experience and training, as well as education, to meet the minimum experience requirements for a state contractor's license in 2022. CSLB issued 530 expedited licenses through this program. This is an informational item only. No action is required of the board. Do board members have any comments? All right, anyone from the public, Rico?
No public comment.
All right, thank you. Now on to the licensing division update. Number 2, licensing and testing program statistical update. You can find the licensing update starting on page 67. I will highlight a few items for the board. Regarding applications on page 68 indicates an increase in the number of applications received in 2022, continuing the upward trend since the pandemic. On page 69, processing times for original exam applications and original waiver applications are 6 weeks and 5 weeks, respectively. Licensing application units are working to recruit for vacancies left by retirements. They are currently working to recruit for 9 open positions. Licensing division is utilizing overtime to reduce the timeline to below 3 weeks goal for these 2 application types. Staff is working to erase the backlog by May 2023. All other applications are processed under 3 weeks, most notably home improvement salesperson registrations, which are at the 2-week processing time. The processing of license renewals is approximately 1 week and has been since January 2022. This is an improvement from the usual 3 weeks to process renewals that the division was averaging in 2021. And as a reminder to our licensees, anyone who has one qualifier on their license can go to CSLB's website and complete their renewal online. Those who choose this option will have the entire process completed and their license history updated within 24 hours. I would also like to note the number of pending applications at the close of 2021-2022 fiscal year on page 70. With the transition to PSI testing services, we anticipated pending applications lowering to a more manageable 17,000 or so. Currently, we're on the right track, lowering it to 19,758. Please note the total renewals received table at the bottom of page 71. I would like to make a comment about these numbers. The calendar year total renewals for 2022 shows 117,694 received, which reflects an approximate 6% decline from the last 2 calendar years. Staff are working on a survey to be presented during the online renewal process to better understand the reason for this decline. Regarding workers' compensation stats on page 72 and 73, as of January 1st, 2023, per Senate Bill 216, the following classifications now require workers' compensation insurance: C8 concrete, C20 warm air heating, ventilating, and air conditioning, D49 tree service, and C22 asbestos abatement. As a result of this change, staff noticed an increase in classification removal requests for these classifications. This could also have played a role in lower license renewal stats for November and December 2022. On page 76, you will note an update regarding CSLB's License Application Experience Verification Program. As of last summer, the Licensing Division has referred many of the experience investigations to the Enforcement Division. In January and February of 2023, investigators closed 34 cases per month. Before I move on to testing update, do board members have any comments on the licensing update? All right, Rico, anyone from the public have comments?
No public comment.
Thank you. You can find the testing update on page 80. CSLB transitioned to its testing administration to PSI exams as of August 2022. PSI provides applicants with more testing sites and hours that include evening and weekend testing and allows them to select their own test dates, times, and locations. As of today, PSI Exams has administered over 29,000 exams. Based on surveys conducted after licensure, the majority of the applicants are happy to be able to take advantage of weekend and after-hour scheduling. We have also had a few complaints about issues with PSI Exams monitors, which staff are researching. And finally, the Exam Development Unit has held numerous workshops, both remotely and in person, to continue occupational analysis work for updating existing exams. Information about the examinations being administered and the examinations under development are on pages 81 through 83. That concludes the testing update. FOD is available if the board has any questions. Do any board members have any comments? Anything from the public, Rico?
No public comment.
Right, then we'll move to our final item, which is 3, Business and Professions Code Section 7068.1, Overview, Criteria for Qualifying Additional Licenses. Please turn to page 86. On February 16, 2023, the Licensing and Legislative Committee considered 2 proposed amendments to Section 7068.1. I'll have Licensing Chief Farad Karagoslu provide you a summary of the meeting. Farad?
Thank you, Jim. Business and Professional Code 7068.1 is the statute that governs a license qualifier. This includes how many licenses a person may qualify and qualifier duties and responsibilities. On February 16, 2023, the Licensing and Legislative Committee considered 2 proposed amendments to Section 7068.1. The first proposed amendment is recommended by staff and included in legislation portion of this packet for the board to consider. It relates to removing a requirement that qualifying applicants provide the board a copy of their current employment duty statement. On February 16, the Legislative Committee voted to recommend to the full board that the staff pursue a legislative proposal to remove the duty statement requirements from Section 7068.1. The second proposed amendment to Section 7068.1 was recommended by Industry Stakeholder Contractors License Center. Currently, one of the ways an applicant can qualify an additional entity is to show that they have 20% ownership in the new entity, or the new entity is a subsidiary, or that most of the personnel are the same between the current entity and the new one. This proposal would remove the ownership and subsidiary provisions and replace them with a $25,000 qualifier license bond. The practical effect is to simply require a CSLB qualifier bond if you want to qualify an additional entity, and most of the personnel for the new entity are not the same. While the idea is simple in concept, the staff believe additional research is needed to determine the full impact of the proposal. If the board directs the staff to perform additional research of this matter, we will include a fiscal to licensees that must obtain the qualifier bond and review how many qualifier bonds have paid out the last 3 years. Back to you, Jim.
Thank you, Farad. Any comments or questions from board members? Right. I understand Phil Vermeulen from the public may have a few comments on this subject. Phil, are you on the line?
Chair, this is Phil Vermeulen from Contractor Licensing Center. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. Being in the license assistance business for the last 42 years, I have quite a few things to know about the 20% requirement. I don't know if the board realizes this or not, but the staff has no way to verify the 20% requirement for the second and third license. So in other words, somebody holds their nose, puts 20% down, and gets on with life. This is not a consumer protection. As the board did in their study a few years ago that required the raising of the, or suggested raising the qualifier bond for the licensing bond, to $25,000, which took effect this year. The average cost of a home remodel job is over $50,000 now. So even with the increase in the license bond, it's still only $25,000 that is provided to a aggrieved homeowner. So this is a good consumer protection assistance that we strongly recommend. Secondly, this minimum staff time This would help reduce the amount of staff time that is required to look at this. We also believe strongly that we have found out that barriers to entering the contracting market, if you are applying as a small contractor for a small business loan, the SBA will not allow 20% ownership requirement for providing for that loan. So it is a problem that we have found numerous times. Also, with regard to insurance, we have found that there's been a lot of problems with small contractors qualifying for their insurance because of this requirement. So there are myriad reasons why we are strongly supporting this. We believe it's a good consumer protection measure. The cost to the contractor would be between 1% and 2% on average. And that is a small amount to pay for such a consumer protection. For those reasons, we're strongly advocating that this change be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Anything from Fuad or David on that particular item?
Yeah, if I could, Jim, this is Dave. Sure. We're just asking that the board consider making a motion to return it to staff for a further research. We'd like to know how many of our licensees will be impacted by this change. We'd also like to know how many qualifier bonds have paid out during the last 2 years. So there'll be a fiscal not only for the board, but there'll be a fiscal for the industry. But ultimately, it's the board's decision. But that is the staff recommendation that you send this back to staff to continue to work with Phil Vermeulen and other stakeholders to answer those questions and then bring it back to the board, likely at the June board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else from the public? You're seeing none.
No public comment?
No public comment. All right, thank you. This is supposed to be an update only. Dave, would you like a motion to the effect of sending it back to staff?
Yes, Board Member Ryan.
All right,
if you would,
a
motion would be appreciated to send it back to staff.
Someone like to make that motion?
This is
Johnny Simpson. I'd like to make a motion to send it back to staff for further review.
Do we have a
This
second?
is Mary Teichert. I'll second.
All right. There's a motion and a second. Mariah, will you call the roll, please?
Mary
Excuse
Teichert?
me, this is the legal, from Christy Shield from the Legal Affairs Division. We need to actually take public comment before the motion is actually voted on. So I would recommend that you first take public comment before you take action on the motion that Mr. Simpson made.
All right, thank you, Christy. We'll do that. Any public comment before the motion is acted upon?
There are no hands raised for public comment.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion maker and a second. Mariah, would you call the roll, please?
Mary Teichert?
Aye.
Rodney Kobos?
Aye.
David De La Torre?
Aye.
Miguel Galarza?
Aye.
Susan Granzella?
Aye.
Alan Guy?
Aye.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence. Diana Love?
Aye.
Michael Mark?
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence. James Ruane?
Aye.
Johnny Simpson?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mariah. This concludes the licensing items on the agenda. Thank you, Chair Teichert, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Jim. I appreciate that. So we'll turn now to enforcement. This section of our agenda begins on page 87, and I would like to turn it over to Enforcement Committee Chair Michael Mark.
All right, thank you, Mary. Good morning. My name is Michael Mark, and I'm the chair of CSLB's Enforcement Committee. The first item on the enforcement agenda is the item F1, which is Enforcement Division's contributions to the recently published 2022 Accomplishments and Activities Report. If you first turn to page 25 of the A&A report, you'll find a brief summary of the impressive work done by Enforcement Division staff during the previous year. Here are just a few of the highlights. There was 20,563 complaint investigations that were completed. The report incorrectly lists this number as 25,539, but staff have confirmed that that was an error. There was 29.4 million in restitution and corrected work that was recovered for consumers. There was 3,710 administrative legal actions that were brought against violators, which was a 32% increase over the previous year, and 891 cases were referred to local prosecutors for criminal prosecution due to misconduct. 2 of these criminal cases are highlighted on the following pages of the report, and I'm pleased to see that Enforcement Division continues to prioritize actions against predatory contractors. For example, on page 26 of the accomplishments report, you can read about the investigation and successful prosecution of unlicensed contractor Shenandoah Johnson. With 8 prior felonies and 10 misdemeanor convictions, Johnson began victimizing Siskiyou County consumers in March of 2020. He eventually defrauded approximately 24 people, most of whom were elderly. He approached the victims and offered to complete roof or driveway repairs, which falsely claiming to be a licensed contractor. He extracted large payments from his victims in advance and did little or no work before disappearing. Special investigators from CSLB Swift Unit worked closely with the DA's office, with additional help from the Franchise Tax Board, to determine Johnson paid no taxes on over $500,000 of income. In November of 2021, Johnson was arrested in Butte County, then extradited to Siskiyou County to stand trial. While in custody at the Siskiyou County Jail, Johnson filed a fraudulent claim for welfare benefits. At the end of the trial, a jury convicted him of 38 felonies, including first-degree burglary, grand theft from an elder, diversion of construction funds, extortion, failure to file a tax return, perjury, welfare fraud, conspiracy, failure to appear in court, and fraudulent use of a construction contractor's license number. He was also convicted of 16 misdemeanor charges. On August 30th, 2022, he was sentenced to 22 years and 8 months in state prison. On page 27 of the report, you can read about licensed contractor Shiramonte Construction and Plumbing, comprised of Salvador and Pamela Shiramonte and their daughter Amy Perry. The trio victimized dozens of homeowners in the aftermath of the devastating 2017 Tubbs fire, which killed 22 people and destroyed 4,600 homes in the Santa Rosa area. The Shiramontes signed contracts with approximately 40 wildfire survivors who had either lost their homes or suffered severe damage. Several of these victims were over the age of 65. Victims complained of paying money for work that were either poorly done or not done at all. The combined losses were estimated at $2 million. CSLB's investigation was handled by a peace officer with the board special investigation unit, who worked closely with the Sonoma County DA's office to assemble this complex case, which resulted in charges of grand theft, diversion of funds, theft by false pretenses, and elder abuse. On February 14, 2023, Salvador received the heftiest sentence after he pleaded guilty to 13 felony counts of diverting construction funds and 1 felony count of elder abuse. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Harry pleaded guilty to 1 felony count of diverting funds and was sentenced to 180 days in a work release program. Her sentence will include 3 consecutive weekends in custody beginning March 17. Pamela Shiramonte was sentenced to 60 days of work release after she pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor count of diversion of funds. The Shiramontes were also ordered to pay a total of $1.19 million in restitution to 16 families. This concludes my update on the Enforcement Division's portion of the 2022 A&A report. This is an information-only item, and there is no action required by the board. First, I will ask, is there any comments from board members? And I'm not seeing any hands being raised. Rico, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I will turn it over to Steve Grove. He will be reporting on section F2 of the enforcement program statistical update.
Thank you, Michael, and good morning, everyone. This section begins on page 92 of your board packet. The first highlight I would like to share is on page 94 and details the highly successful investigation and prosecution of Southern California solar contractor EcoSolar. A CSLB peace officer received information in late 2018 from the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office regarding possible construction fraud. The primary suspect was identified as Jose Solis, owner of EcoSolar Home Improvement. The CSLB investigator worked with the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office to conduct an unfair business practice investigation, also known as a Business and Professions Code 17200 case. This is a unique situation where a civil case is filed against someone for committing criminal offenses, with the goal of obtaining a civil judgment which can be awarded to both the victims and the prosecuting agency. A 17200 case is usually filed in lieu of a criminal case, but they can both be pursued since one is civil and the other is criminal. The victims and the EcoSolar complaints were approached by EcoSolar's unregistered salespeople who solicited for construction business going door to door, while EcoSolar representatives would also approach homeowners at locations where they might go to pay utility bills. EcoSolar also advertised as a solar and home improvement contractor in magazines and flyers and on the radio, targeting Spanish speakers, making numerous false claims. The unsuspecting homeowners entered into contracts with EcoSolar for garage conversions into accessory dwelling units, ADUs, home additions, extensive exterior and interior remodeling, and other home improvements. EcoSolar salespersons processed PACE loan applications on behalf of the homeowners with minimal or no explanation of the financing terms, and in some cases without the consent of the homeowners. PACE funds would be dispersed to the contractor performing the work and not to the homeowners liable to repay the loan. Upon submitting the financing application, EcoSolar personnel would submit a false certification of completion, attesting that the work had been completed without consent from the homeowners. This way, EcoSolar secured collecting the funds when the work had not yet commenced. In at least 3 cases where the homeowners paid for their projects in cash, Solis unlawfully requested extremely high deposits. In these cases, Solis performed minimal demolition work and collected thousands of dollars in cash from the homeowners. Cash payments were made directly to Solis, EcoSolar Plus, a company owned by Solis, and Edgemont Construction, a partnership between Solis and licensed contractor Edgar Montepique. Montepique allowed Solis to use his contractor's license for a fee of $10,000 per month. EcoSolar collected at least $1.5 million from PACE funds and approximately $200,000 in cash payments from the homeowners. None of the projects were finished. In July of 2022, approximately 100 of the victims were awarded $2.2 million in restitution from a Los Angeles judge. However, CSLB's enforcement efforts did not stop there. Investigators submitted the case to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office in December 2022, alleging violations of grand theft, diversion of construction funds, conspiracy, fraudulent use of the contractor's license, and acting in the capacity of a contractor without a license. As far as breaking news, last week, CSLB issued a press release regarding the conviction of one of our most wanted, Aiden Rivas. The Modesto man, who is on the CSLB most wanted list, has been sentenced to state prison again for charges related to unlicensed contracting. A Contra Costa County judge sentenced 42-year-old Aiden Contreras Rivas to 7 years and 8 months in state prison on March 10, after he was convicted in February of multiple felonies and misdemeanors related to unlicensed contracting, fraud, theft, and failing to obtain workers' compensation insurance. Rivas was invited to a CSLB sting conducted in October of 2022 with the Contra Costa County DA's office and the California Department of Insurance, targeting unlicensed contractors. Prior to his offenses in Contra Costa County, Rivas had served time in state prison for several related felony and misdemeanor convictions for grand theft, theft from an elder, and contracting without a license in Santa Clara County. Next, I would like to provide a statistical overview of Enforcement Division, which begins on page 96 of your board packet. During the 4-month period from October 1st, 2022 to January 31st, 2023, the division initiated 6,597 investigations. With current staffing levels, the optimum maximum caseload is 4,210 pending complaints. As of January 2023, the pending caseload was significantly higher at 5,570. A major contributor to this increased caseload is the drastic increase in solar complaints, which are currently averaging approximately 200 per month. Investigators in the Enforcement Division are working very hard to keep up with the incoming complaints. The weighted monthly case closing average per special investigator in investigative centers was 9 closures per month, just one less than the goal of 10. Another board goal is to appropriately disposition all but 100 complaints within 270 days of receipt. As of January 31st, 2023, 283 complaints exceeded 270 days in age. I'm pleased to report that this number has dropped down to 243 as of March 1st. I've discussed with Chair Mark a proposed enforcement committee meeting in late April of 2023 to discuss the possible need for enforcement process changes to enable enforcement staff to continue to timely work the more egregious consumer complaints. Highlights of some of the division's significant accomplishments between October 1st, 2022 and January 31st, 2023 are as follows. Complaint mediation efforts by the Intake Mediation Center and investigative centers resulted in more than $9 million in restitution to financially injured parties. The investigative centers referred 270, or 21%, of the 1,300 legal action investigations for criminal prosecution. 187 cases referred to arbitration, resulting in over $1 million in restitution ordered to injured parties. 283 licensee citations were issued, 250 non-licensed citations issued, $785,000 of civil penalties collected, over $200,000 in restitution paid to injured parties, $212,000 collected for investigation cost recovery, 68 accusations were filed, and 70 licenses were revoked. And finally, I'll provide a brief update on proactive enforcement, which is conducted by the 27 special investigators assigned to the Statewide Investigative Fraud Team, or SWIFT. This information begins on page 98 of your board packet. From October 1st, 2022 to January 31st, 2023, SWIFT conducted 6 undercover sting operations across the state, participated in 109 sweep days, and responded to over 300 leads or tips received from industry and the public. Investigators closed 1,157 cases as a result of the operations, with 330 cases resulting in an administrative or criminal legal action. Additionally, over 400 advisory notices were issued for relatively minor violations. That concludes the enforcement program statistical update.
All right, Steve, thank you. Great report. This is an information-only item. No action is required by the board. Are there any comments from board members on the report given by Steve. Rico, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
I will just say one thing. Of the total CSLB staff that was recognized at the beginning of the meeting for announcements and achievements and awards, a lot of those members were from the enforcement staff and the SWIFT team. So I do want to give them a shout out there. Overall, they're with the limited staff, and you see the amount of complaints that are kind of backlogged. We're enforcement staff is doing everything they can to get that number back to the goals. And we look forward to hearing that on this April meeting that's coming up. So Steve, we're going to move it back to you, which is the final agenda item F3, which is an update on CSLB's Solar Energy System Restitution Program. The update begins on page 102 of your board packet, and Chief Grove, back to you.
Thank you, Michael. CSLB's Solar Energy System Restitution Program was created in 2021 by Assembly Bill 137. The program was designed to provide financial restitution to homeowners of single-family residences who were financially harmed by a solar contractor because of fraud, misrepresentation, or other unlawful acts, such as poor workmanship or abandonment, and who do not have available reimbursement from another source. AB 137 included a $5 million appropriation to CSLB from the state's general fund. Of those funds, $4 million was made available for restitution, and if needed, up to $1 million was allocated to pay for CSLB administrative costs. The program became fully operational in late 2021 and has been extremely well received by the victims of solar-related fraud. Due to recent and ongoing publicity, activity in the program has increased substantially. As of March 20, 2023, staff reports the following stats: 594 claims received, 230 claims approved, $2.9 million approved for payment, 139 pending claims. Additional information regarding the Solar Restitution Fund and proposed PACE Recovery Fund will be discussed by the Legislative Committee. This concludes the enforcement program update.
All right, thank you, Chief Grove. This was an informational only item. No action is required by the board. Are there any comments from the board members?
Yes, this is Susan. I have a question. When it was instituted, there was discussion and possibility of having it continue, but it looks like we just wanted to know, what are the next steps to ensure that AB 137 and whatever form it takes in the future to fund it, what are our next steps in that, other than, and I hope it's going to be included in your enforcement committee meeting?
Thank you. I'm going to refer that comment to, or that question to Registrar Foad.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board Member Granzella. We are routinely meeting with the Public Utility Commission and Department of Financial Protection and Innovation about avenues that we could use to continue to fund a recovery fund. Now, where it's at today, you're going to hear a presentation a little bit later this morning regarding a PACE recovery fund. And one thought is, if that PACE recovery fund was to receive support, it could have a bridge. It could provide additional funding for our solar recovery fund. I think, as Steve mentioned, it's troubling that we did have to cut off claims at the end of 2022. Subsequent to that, we received, last I heard, over 128 claims, even after we cut it off. So they're still coming in. The fund itself is not sufficient for all the claims that are currently being completed. So there's different avenues that we're looking at. That would be up to Enforcement Chair Michael Mark, if you'd like to explore that more in April, it'd be something I would certainly support, the different possibilities to continue to have a solar recovery fund.
Thank you.
Yeah, Registrar folk, let's talk offline, I guess, on making that a possible agenda item. I know that solar and the restitution program has been doing great work for the consumers, and unfortunately, there just wasn't enough funding to help all the consumers who were wrongly taken advantage of. With that answers, board, any other board member comments? Rico, is there any other public comments?
Yes, Lisa Batista, you can unmute and speak.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lisa Batista. I'm here to advocate for the allocation of additional funds to the solar restitution program to help homeowners who have fallen victim to solar panel scams. I'm an attorney with the Senior Law Project in Modesto and the director of our foreclosure prevention program. I have a stack of files on my desk where homeowners are seeking our help in getting out of a solar lien, and I'd like to briefly tell the story of one of my clients. This story contains a number of troubling elements, and each of those elements is repeated numerous times across my other files. The story is this. A salesperson knocks on doors, often in areas with a lot of Spanish-speaking homeowners, and talks people into buying a solar system. In the case of this particular client, showing them a price tag of $9,000 and promising that they'll receive tax credits that offset most or all of that cost. The solar system is installed and the local utility comes out and does an inspection. The system fails the inspection and often never actually works. By this point, the salesperson and his company are nowhere to be found and can never be reached again. Sometime later, the homeowner discovers that there's a contract to which somebody has affixed their electronic signature that, in the case of this particular client, finances the $9,000 investment over 30 years for a total of $30,000 and places a lien in that amount on their home. The lien is paid off through an assessment in the homeowner's twice yearly property taxes, which the homeowner might not even see if they have a mortgage and the lender pays their property taxes. It's a super priority lien that gets in line ahead of their first mortgage and makes it very difficult to refinance or sell their home. By the time the homeowner figures out what has happened, the solar company has gone out of business, the tax credits have never materialized, and the homeowner is left with almost no options. We were very excited to discover the CSLB solar restitution program, but as soon as we submitted our first application, we received notification that the program's funds had been depleted. And so we're here to advocate in whatever way is possible for more funding for that program. There are a lot of people here in the Central Valley alone who are stuck with a crippling super priority lien and a solar system that never worked. The CSLB enforcement arm has, as we've just heard, more cases than it can investigate and prosecute, and the homeowner has nowhere else to turn. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll leave you my phone number if anyone has any questions. It is area code 209-577-3814. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Rico, is there any other public comment?
Yes. Alan, you can unmute and you can speak.
I just want to reiterate that some of these houses, like myself, you know, they started project, they did demolition and exposed the property, well, my property, you know, to, you know, certain weather like what we're going through right now. So I had to run around and try to tarp the house for the rear. I could send you photos and if you want, but some of us is like we're up in debt with loans and like these Eco Solar. I'm pretty sure you guys are aware of it. His name is Nelson Solis, and they try to file bankruptcy to avoid prosecution or run away with the money. I just want to, see if you guys can help us out. I'm not the only one. There's quite a few of us. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could please put your email in the chat, someone will staff will contact you. Rico, is there any other public comment?
Yes. Danny Kondo Kaiser, you can unmute and speak. Danny, we've sent you a request to unmute. All right, we'll give Danny a chance to, and we'll try, we'll get back with Danny. Oh, I'm sorry, there they are. Go ahead, Danny.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My apologies. I interfacing between the WebEx and my phone here. My name is Danny Kando Kaiser. I'm a policy advocate for the California Low Income Consumer Coalition and the National Consumer Law Center, as well as working with the many members of the Clean Energy Justice Coalition. Just wanted to express our gratitude for the ongoing conversation with the CSLB and the work that they've put into assisting homeowners so far in the state of California. We would urge that this group seriously consider continued funding, since again, as we've heard, there are so many more homeowners within the state who are in bad need of restitution. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rico, is there any other public comment?
Yes, Josh Buswell, you can unmute and speak.
Hi, this is Josh Buswell Charco. I'm the Deputy Director at the California Solar and Storage Association. I just wanted to put in the chat, we have a consumer protection hotline that for any of either the legal aid groups or for any consumers that are on the line who have had problems with solar contractors, you can complete that form and we can do our best to help you as well. I can't make any promises, but we have been able to resolve disputes in the past. We've also been able to, get some contractors to essentially adopt fostered systems as well. So again, I put it in the chat. It's calsa.org/consumer-protection-hotline. And there's also a link to a Spanish language form if folks want to fill that out. And I'm happy to do whatever I can to help as well. I'll also put my email in the chat. Thank you.
Hey, Josh. Rico, is there any other public comment?
Yes, Martha, you can unmute and speak. Looks like we've lost Martha's audio. I will let you know if we get her back.
Okay. Is there any other public comment when we can get back to Martha?
No other public comment.
And okay, thank you. Just for reference, as what's been reported today on the enforcement committee, a lot of these complaints are in fact solar related complaints, and that is why there is the big pool was on the solar restitution fund was those funds were depleted so quickly is because of this industry as a whole, and then there's 2 or 3 real bad apples. With that, Steve, did you have any other comments? And register folk, just to make sure I'm aware and clear, there is later on in today's agenda, there is some possible recommendations coming from the legislative committee on how to fund this program, correct?
There is an agenda item that will discuss creating a PACE recovery fund that could also include funding for our existing solar recovery fund. And that's under the legislative committee.
Okay, thank you. And then per conversations, we'll bring this up as maybe another update in our April committee meeting. So, okay. With that, Chair Tykert, seeing no other, is Martha back? Rika, maybe we'll give Martha another chance.
Martha has her hand raised, but I do not have a way to unmute. Looks like we've lost audio. Martha, can you try speaking, see if we can hear you? Yeah, there's no microphone icon next to Martha's name, so I think somehow the device she's on, microphone, is not working.
Okay, thank you, Rico. So with that, Martha, if you have a way to send in a chat message, that would be great. Otherwise, Chair Tykert, that concludes our enforcement items on the agenda today, and back to you.
Thank you, Michael. Before we start item G, public affairs, we'll take a 5-minute break. Well, actually 6 minutes. So it's 9:54. We'll reconvene exactly at 10 a.m. We'll be on break for a few minutes. Welcome back from the break, everyone. Let's see, I will ask for a suggestion from staff on whether we should call roll to make sure we're all back from the break. If that's not necessary, that's fine. Our next item is Public Affairs Overview on page 105, item G on the agenda. And I would like to turn it over to our Public Affairs Chair, Alan Guy.
Thank you, Chair Teichert. My name is Alan Guy. I represent General Building Contractors on the board, and I'm Chair of the Public Affairs Committee. The Public Affairs Office is the communications arm of CSLB. The team works with the media, conducts consumer and stakeholder outreach, maintains a social media presence, creates publications and videos to educate both consumers and licensees, and broadcast CSLB public meetings like this one. For agenda item G1, I'd like to highlight some of the important work Public Affairs undertook in 2022, which is included in the 2022 accomplishments and activities report on page 43. Public Affairs continues to reach the public both virtually and in person with workshops, meetings, disaster response outreach, and with ongoing contractor education and outreach. In 2022, Public Affairs staff also distributed 17 industry bulletins, created 14 news releases, fielded 22 media inquiries and requests for interviews, broadcasted 31 live streams, organized and conducted 31 public outreach events, including senior scam stopper seminars, and published 12 publications, including meeting packets, reports, flyers, and the 2022 California Contractors License Law and Reference Book. Social media continues to be one of the quickest methods for reaching consumers, and the Public Affairs Office grew CSLB's social following by more than 10% last year. They also increased video views on the board's YouTube channel by nearly 20% and earned a viewing increase of 80% on our Facebook live streams. The board appreciates their efforts. This is an informational item only. No action is required of the board. Are there any comments from board members? I don't see any. Rico, is there any public comment?
No public comments.
Great. Next on the agenda is the Public Affairs Update, which begins on page 109 in your meeting packet. On page 110, there's information about the Public Affairs staff prioritizing disaster response outreach following the Humboldt earthquake and winter storms that caused severe damage in multiple counties around California. The Public Affairs Office equipped CSLB enforcement staff with printed materials for distribution at 12 disaster recovery centers from October 1st through January 31st. On page 111, you'll see that Public Affairs staff coordinated additional targeted outreach to congressional offices and state legislator offices in affected disaster areas, building departments, construction industry associations, and chambers of commerce to offer disaster building workshops. In response to disasters around the state, CSLB staff continues to participate in multi-agency task force and work groups established by the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services that focus on rebuilding and housing. Page 112 of the meeting packet outlines the video and digital services provided by Public Affairs staff. This includes educational and informative videos for contractors, as well as videos to help consumers learn about rebuilding after disaster while avoiding potential scams and assuring they are hiring licensed contractors. The staff continues to translate and produce Spanish language version of these videos. On page 113, you can see a list of live and recorded videos and workshops offered in both English and Spanish. We will share two videos that television specialist Amy Lawrence has created in recent months. One celebrating Women in Construction Week earlier this month, and the other an update toward what seniors should know before hiring a contractor. Unfortunately, we did not include the videos on the meeting agenda. Therefore, I'm requesting board members do not discuss them. Staff have assured any videos to be shown at future meetings will be included on the board meeting agenda. Natalie, can you please play the videos?
Did you know women make up 10.9% of the entire U.S. construction workforce? CSLB would like to thank the 1.2 million hardworking women in construction. Learn more about getting your contractor's license at cslb.ca.gov. Are you ready to hire a contractor for your home improvement project? Here are some tips to save you unexpected time, stress, and expenses. First, make sure to hire a licensed contractor. Anyone performing home improvement work that costs $500 or more in combined labor and material must be licensed by CSLB. It's important to find out from your local building department if your project requires permits and confirm that your contractor will obtain them. If you don't already have a contractor in mind, you can go to cslb.ca.gov and select Find My Licensed Contractor to browse through a list of licensed contractors in your area. Not sure if a contractor is licensed? Here, you can not only verify that your contractor has a valid license, but also check on their bond and insurance information, if any legal action has been taken against them, or if they have any disclosable consumer complaints. Double check that your contractor carries workers' compensation insurance to protect employees. And check if they carry general liability insurance to cover accidental damage. Note that general liability insurance is not legally required. You have 5 days to cancel a home improvement contract. Don't allow the contractor to begin work or pull permits during this time. And don't let anyone pressure you into waiving this 5-day right to cancel. Also, make sure you get an immediate paper copy of the contract if you're asked to sign on a laptop, iPad, tablet, or other electronic device. Keep in mind that contractor-endorsed financing may have a higher interest rate and longer term than what's offered by a financial institution. Any home improvement salesperson that comes to your door must be registered with CSLB. Ask to see their registration card for verification. Always make sure to get 3 bids and check contractor references before making your decision. It's important to do your research and find someone who will get the job done right. In addition to these tips, look out for the following common contractor scams: door-to-door solicitations. A solicitor may offer to do roofing, painting, or paving work with leftover material at a reduced or significantly discounted price. Once payment is made, little or no work is done and the project is abandoned. High-pressure sales. A fast-talking operator pushes you for an immediate decision about work, which makes it impossible for you to get the recommended 3 competitive bids, check the license, confirm permit requirements, and review references. Scare tactics. A person offers to perform a free inspection, then claims a serious problem such as faulty wiring, bad plumbing, or a leaky roof will put you in danger. This can lead to unnecessary and overpriced work. Verbal agreements. The contractor states that a written contract is unnecessary and then does poor quality work or none at all. It is difficult to prove what was agreed to if it's not in writing. Demand for cash. The contractor insists that you pay in cash, sometimes going as far as to drive you to the bank to withdraw funds. With money in hand, they abandon a substandard or unfinished project. Illegally large down payments. A contractor takes more for a down payment than is legally allowed, claiming to need instant cash for supplies or to pay workers. In most cases, a down payment cannot exceed 10% of the total project price or $1,000, whichever is less. You can learn more at cslb.ca.gov/seniors.
Thank you, Natalie. Continuing with the update on page 113, you can see the continued growth CSLB is experiencing in our 5 social media platforms. Starting on page 114, you'll see a few examples of the types of content created for dissemination on these platforms. This includes interactive quizzes, fraud alerts for licensees, and ongoing consumer education, including critical information following disasters. We invite you to follow CSLB on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and LinkedIn. You can find the links at the top of the CSLB website. On page 117, you'll find stakeholder communications. Public affairs staff have issued 7 industry bulletins, most recently in January about the 2023 California Contractors Law and Reference Book. Not including this update was an industry bulletin about Spanish study guides that was issued last week. Media relations is another important responsibility of public affairs as seen on page 118 of your board packet. Besides responding to numerous media inquiries, staff also distributes press releases on enforcement stings and sweeps along the press releases, encouraging disaster survivors to hire only licensed contractors. On page 119, you can see we are working with California legislators and community partners on our consumer and senior scam stopper workshops, held in person and/or virtually. Hundreds of consumers have been reached in person at these events, and then videos are posted to the legislators' websites where they get more views. Below on that page 119, we include a list of graphics and publication projects completed by our public affairs staff, including the 2023 law. Finally, staff regularly updates the employee internet site with stories, photos, and informational updates. One additional note in the public affairs update is that the Licensing Information Center transitioned to the Public Information Center under the Public Affairs Office as of October. The detail about the number of calls and wait times are provided on page 121. Public affairs staff continues to further CSLB's communication objectives, and we thank them for their hard work and dedication. Since this is an informational item, no action is required of the board. At this time, is there any board comment? All right, not hearing any. Rico, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, great. Catherine White, Chief of Public Affairs, will be presenting the final public affairs agenda item. Catherine?
Hello, and thank you, Alan. All right, on page 124 of your board packet, we have a follow-up to Strategic Plan Objective 4.2 to establish a CSLB specific new board member orientation to educate board members about legislative processes, licensing and testing functions, and enforcement procedures. Due to staffing shortages in the Public Affairs Office, staff is requesting an extension on meeting this objective with a new target date of June 2023. Public Affairs has an outreach coordinator position being filled next month for the first time in more than 2 years, is anticipating it will fill the information officer vacancy in the coming weeks. The additional staffing will allow for Strategic Plan Objective 4.2 to be completed.
Thank you, Catherine. Is there any board comment? Not hearing any. Rico, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
All right. At this time, is there a motion and a second to amend the Public Affairs 2022 to 24 Strategic Plan Objective 4.2 target date to June 2023?
This is Mary, so moved.
Jim Ruane, second.
All right, Mary Teichert with the first motion and Jim Ruane with the second motion. Is there any board comment? I'm hearing no board comment. Rico, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Mariah, please call roll.
Mary Teichert,
Aye.
Rodney Kobos,
Aye.
David De La Torre,
Aye.
Miguel Galarza,
Aye.
Susan Granzella,
Aye.
Alan Guy,
Aye.
Jacob Lopez approved absence, Diana Love,
Aye.
Michael Mark,
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli approved absence, James Ruane,
Aye.
Johnny Simpson,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. Chair Teichert, that concludes the Public Affairs Program update.
Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that. We'll turn finally to item H, legislation, which begins on page 125, and I will turn this over to our legislative chair, Miguel Galarza.
Thank you, Chair Tiger. We will begin the legislative agenda with item H1, which is the accomplishments and activities report. The 2022 accomplishment and activities report was provided to you as a separate publication with this board meeting packet. The legislative accomplishments can be found on pages 39 through 41 of that report. I'd like to highlight the legislative achievements from last year, which was the passage of SB 216 by Senator Dobbs. SB 216 was a board-sponsored bill that will require all licenses to have evidence of workman's compensation coverage on file with the board. On January 1st, 2023, this bill was effective for C8 concrete, C20 warm heating, ventilation and air conditioning, and C22 asbestos abatement, and D49 tree service classifications. On January 1st, 2026, this bill will be effective for all classifications. This bill protects law-abiding contractors and contractor employees by addressing the long-standing practice of filing fraudulent workmen's compensation insurance exemptions. Personally want to thank the former board members, Kevin Albanese and Ed Lang, for serving on a two-person advisory committee, and industry leaders for their support, and former legislative chief and current deputy chief registrar, Mike Jemnetsky, for their work on this bill. This agenda item is a status update only, so no further action is required from the board. However, I would entertain board comments. Hearing and seeing none. Rico, are there any public comments on this item?
No public comment.
Thank you, Rico. Therefore, I will move on to next agenda item, which is the review and discussion and possible action on legislative proposals to remove the duty statement requirement from from Business and Professional Code section 7068.1. That begins on page 130 of your packet. This is a legislative proposal to remove the unnecessary requirement that a qualifying person must submit a duty statement to serve as a qualifier for a contractor's license. This requirement was added to the Business and Professional Code, section 68.1 by Assembly Bill. I refer to legislation on Lamar to provide additional on this proposal.
Hi, good morning, board members and members of the public. Last year, AB 830 by Assemblymember Flora added that submitting an employee duty statement is a way to meet the requirement to provide detailed information showing the qualifier's duties and responsibilities, showing that the duties and responsibilities include supervision and control of the applicant's construction activity. We believe the intent was to provide applicants an example of a way of this requirement could be met, not to imply that it's the only way. However, this bill's drafting has created some unintended consequences, such as new applicants believing they are required to submit a duty statement, and that's the only way they can prove the qualifier's duties and responsibilities. Also, existing licensees are concerned they cannot meet the duty statement requirement. Because the board could already require documentation of the qualifier's duties and responsibilities before AB 30, this new requirement is redundant and unnecessary, and again, confusing to licensees. Therefore, staff are proposing to remove the language added by AB 830 to restore Business and Professions Code section 7068.1 to its original form. This proposal will not reduce CSLB's authority to vet the duties of the qualifier and will only add clarity to the requirements that were already well known among licensees and applicants. Because this proposal is technical and clarifying, it does not create a fiscal impact to the board. So we ask for your approval to pursue legislation to make this amendment to the contractor state license law. Miguel?
Thank you, Fauna. I would ask any board members if they have any comments or questions on this item. Hearing and seeing none. Go ahead and proposal is for review by the Legislative Committee at the meeting on February 16th. The committee recommends that pursuing the legislation to remove the duty statement requirement from the Business and Professional Code section 7068.1. Since this recommendation comes from the committee board, it comes to you as a fully formed motion and does not need a first and second prior to a vote. Therefore, I would ask for comments prior to vote. Are there any board members who'd like to make comment? Hearing and seeing none. Rico, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you, Rico. Therefore, Mariah, can we call roll, please?
Mary Tykert,
Aye.
Rodney Kobos,
Aye.
David De La Torre,
Aye.
Miguel Galarza,
Aye.
Susan Granzella,
Aye.
Alan Guy,
Aye.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence, Diana Love,
Aye.
Michael Mark,
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence, James Ruane,
Aye.
Johnny Simpson,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you, Mariah. The next agenda item is item 3, which is to review and discuss the possible actions on legislative proposal to require performance and payment bonds to perform residential construction following a declared state of emergency. This begins on page 130 of your booklet. This proposal would require a prime contractor or any home improvement contract in a declared disaster area to secure separate performance and payment bonds for each residential construction project. The bond requirement would be limited to areas for which the governor or the president declared a state of emergency. Each bond would be required to be valued at half the contract price. This proposal is intended to protect the consumer who are victims of natural disasters from being financially harmed by unscrupulous contractors. Fauna, would you please provide more information on this item?
Thank you, Miguel. Disaster response is a priority of the state and is becoming more important to consumer protection each year as severe weather events and other disasters, which can take years to recover from, continue. Disaster-related complaints have risen in recent years. So the number of disaster-related complaints over the past 4 years average 180 each year, while CSLB received an average of 24 disaster-related complaints each of the previous 4 years before that. That's an increase of 650%. Additionally, the average value of complaints has increased from 95,000 to 179,000 in that same time period. The board can take enforcement or disciplinary action against a licensee for abandoning construction projects, performing poor work, or not paying subcontractors, and other violations. However, this process can be lengthy, and CSLB cannot assure restitution for consumers. Additionally, the board may refer investigations to local jurisdictions for criminal prosecutions. However, whether charges are filed and whether restitution is ordered is determined by the local jurisdiction. So this proposal would require payment and performance bonds, each half the value of the contract, to perform restorative work on residential property damaged by a natural disaster in a declared disaster area. And failure to do so would be cause for discipline. This proposal would enhance and complement CSLB's current methods of protecting consumers in declared disaster zones who incur financial harm resulting from the actions or inactions of a contractor. A surety bond provides consumers an effective avenue for financial redress and is more expedient than the administrative and criminal processes mentioned. Additionally, this proposal does not create a fiscal impact to CSLB. We are requesting your approval to share this draft language with the Office of Senator McGuire. Miguel?
Thank you, Fonda. At this point, I welcome comments from board members regarding this item or questions regarding this item.
Yeah, hi, board member Guy here. Couple questions on this. I think it's a good idea based on the number of complaints that got up in disaster zones. I guess one question that probably can't be answered today, but how common is bonding in this residential construction space? And my concern is that it's just going to significantly raise costs onto the consumer, because I'm sure the contractors are going to pass that on. And along with that, I would say we should add this in the language that the contractor should pass the cost of the bond on and not be able to mark it up significantly, because I could see that as a profit center moving forward. Thank you.
Any other comments? Or Fonda, do you have any response to that question?
No, it appears Dave does, though.
Yeah, thank you. I would just say that it's very rare in residential construction for a contractor payment of performance bond to be obtained. So this is something that's not generally pursued or available to consumers. We have talked to surety companies about the potential cost of this type of a bond. And I think for those of you that have had to bond projects, know a lot of it comes down to your credit rating and how long you've been in business. But we've been told it could be anywhere from, say, 2 to 3% of the contract price. But of course, that is considerable when you're thinking about a $500,000 rebuild.
Thank you, Dave.
Any other comments? This proposal was reviewed by the Legislative Committee at our meeting on February 16th. The committee...
Miguel, I'm sorry. This is board member Mark. I do have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Hand was up. So this proposed language, maybe this is a question for staff, the 1/2 of contract price, and this language is from us, right? This is working in conjunction with Senator McGuire's office. So like for Dave's example, a $500,000 contract price, you're seeking $250,000 bond.
My understanding is that's correct, Michael. It would be 50% of the value of the contract. But Dave, you can...
So that could be, say, 3%, I guess, but a $500,000 contract would be $15,000. It's just really unfortunate, though, just kind of out onto what Fauna said, that in declared disaster areas, we have unscrupulous contractors that have gone in, taken advantage of consumers. They've taken a lot of the money up front, and they don't always perform. And so there's been considerable losses that have occurred. And one reason why it happens is you have somebody that's highly motivated to reconstruct their house so they can move back into it. And arguably, we've had a shortage of contractors. So it's just an idea that there's something that I've discussed with Senator McGuire. He'd really like to see additional consumer protection measures be put in place to protect consumers in declared disaster areas. And this is one of the ideas that we came up with.
And so today, you're seeking from the board a recommendation to a motion to move forward and provide the chair the ability to act in between meetings. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, the request is that you would direct staff to work with Senator McGuire to provide suggested language to Senator McGuire, who then will consider it and perhaps introduce legislation. And once that happens, that legislation would come back before the board. But that's what we're asking for, your permission to work with his office to present legislation that would require, we call it a contract bond in these residential rebuilds and declared disaster areas.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
I might also add that to register folks' point, being a contractor that is bonded, that probably bonds all my projects. Bonding is like credit. The more established, the better your cash position, the more equity you have in your company, the lower the percentage you pay for those bonds. So, for instance, a $500,000 bond that I might achieve for a project like this would be probably 1%. Now, if you're not financially stable or you're credit risk, or you've had issues in the past paying your bills, then most likely the bond premium would be a higher percentage. That is how the surety market works. In addition, the larger the contract, the lower the percentage. So if there was a $1 million project, those of us that get surety bonds, that would be probably less than 1% bond premium. However, the smaller the contract, say a $100,000 job, certainly I would be paying closer to 3%. Hopefully that explains the nuances of surety bond credit.
This is Dave. If I could just clarify that this is coming before the full board as a fully formed motion from the legislative committee. Of course, board members are welcome to make their own motion, but that's what was first presented. The legislative committee is recommending this proposal to the full board.
Since this bill, the bill with this language is not yet in print, it simply is a recommendation made with the understanding that staff will confer with the chair of the legislative committee to seek authority to take a position on the subsequent bill. Since this recommendation comes, again, as Mr. Folk mentioned, as a fully formed motion, it does not need a first or a second. However, if there is a different recommendation and a motion, then we would entertain that. Otherwise, taking more comment and for the board.
Through the chair, Jim Ruane, I have a question.
Yes, Jim.
Just clarification. I believe it was said that the bonding amount would be half of the amount of the contract. Is that correct?
That is correct.
A $500,000 contract, you have to bond to the tune of $250,000.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other board comments?
Rodney has his hand raised.
Please. Feel free.
Thank you. I was just wondering, has this bill been assigned a number?
There is no bill yet. My understanding that this is, we're taking the position based on authority to take action based on a subsequent bill yet to be written.
Got it. Understood. Thank you.
Certainly. Any other further board comments before I move to public comment? Rico, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you, Rico. With that, as the motion stands from committee, Mariah, please call roll.
Dave does have his hand raised.
My apologies, Dave.
Oh, I do have a comment, but could we call roll first?
Absolutely.
Mary Tykert,
Aye.
Rodney Kobos,
Aye.
David De La Torre,
Aye.
Miguel Galarza,
Aye.
Susan Granzella,
Aye.
Alan Guy,
Aye.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence, Diana Love,
Aye.
Michael Mark,
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence. James Ruane,
Aye.
Johnny Simpson,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you, Mariah. Register folk?
Yes, we have an agenda item that has attracted a lot of interest, and that would be the potential support of a PACE recovery fund. And I've been made aware that we may have upwards of 40 people now that are wanting to participate or at least listen to that. So it's up to you as the Ledge Committee Chair as to how you'd like to address that. I would suggest either you may want to consider taking that out of order, or we can let them know approximately what time that would come before the committee.
David, given the importance of that item and without any dissent from the board, I would ask for this item to be considered next as it is of importance. And so if there are no objections to that, I would move to page 7, which, excuse me, to the next agenda item, rather than 4, go on to 5, which would be to review and discuss the possible actions on legislative proposal to establish a PACE resolution fund. Rico, I can't see those who have hands up, so I greatly appreciate you calling out those names as they come up. I also believe it's important to note that there are, we're going to hold comment. There are representatives from organizations that have specific positions to take on this. I would ask that those who have come in support that are from specific organizations, that their lead individual should speak first, and that lead individual should take no more than 5 to 7 minutes for this agenda item for public comment. Those of you in support, I would limit your comments to 3 minutes maximum. With that and those rules established, I would recommend that everyone on the board turn their booklets to page 143. And at there, you will find that there's a proposal to create a property assessed clean energy, also known as PACE, restitution fund in the amount of $32.5 million. This proposal would also provide up to $5 million to be allocated for funds administration. The proposed amount is based on the value of outstanding claims of the victims who have not been compensated following the PACE Administrator Renovation America bankruptcy. This proposal is submitted by the Clean Energy Justice Group, a coalition of 12 public advocacy groups, including the National Housing Law Project. We do have Stacy Tutt from the National Housing Law Project here to present this proposal. Ms. Tutt, with the time considerations given to you, feel free to speak.
Here with all of you today. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. As many know, the Property Assessed Clean Energy Program was conceived over a decade ago to help homeowners access financing to install clean energy upgrades they otherwise couldn't afford. Homeowners who want home improvements can apply for PACE loans from finance companies or PACE administrators to pay for the products. PACE loans are often sold door to door by home improvement contractors, and the loan agreements are often executed electronically. The loan requires no money down, but are secured by equity in the homeowner's property. The payment amount is added onto the homeowner's annual property tax bill as a special line item assessment. Many in California believe the PACE financing would bring California homeowners into a green energy future, but the financing products, unfortunately, has not lived up to its promise. Instead, PACE programs have been mired in allegations of fraud, and advocates have been overwhelmed with clients, most commonly people of color and seniors, who have had their hard-earned income equity stripped from them under the guise of gaining access to cost-saving clean energy improvements. And we actually heard from some of those commenters today, like Lisa, who was here before the board earlier. Since PACE's launch in 2008, almost 15 years ago, California has made significant strides in improving PACE consumer protections, including DFPI-developed regulations and supervision. However, because the average PACE loan term is 20 years, many PACE homeowners that were misled or defrauded are struggling to remain in their homes. Many have gone into forbearance on their mortgages or have had to sell their homes because they could not afford the increased, often tripled or quadrupled property taxes. There is an acute need for a redress fund that will help harmed homeowners stay in their homes. Today's proposal of PACE Restitution Fund is based off the success of the CSLB's Solar Restitution Fund. The detailed proposal within the board packet mirrors the same process as the Solar Restitution Fund, but tailored to address the PACE financial losses. The Solar Restitution Fund also demonstrated the need for PACE restitution, in which 44% of the solar claims also involved a PACE assessment. Regrettably, the Solar Restitution Fund has already been exhausted and is insufficient to address the breadth of financial loss homeowners attribute to their PACE assessments. Though the Solar Restitution Fund provides a sample of PACE solar complaints, PACE assessments can be for a wide range of energy efficient improvements, not just solar panels. In fact, as of March 2021, there were over 136,000 outstanding PACE assessments with a total principal value of over $3 billion. Because of the size and history of the industry, we are requesting a one-time budget appropriation of $32.5 million. To determine this figure, we looked at the number of outstanding PACE assessments enrolled in the PACE Loss Reserve Fund. The largest originator of the PACE assessments was Renovate America, but Renovate America's license has been revoked by the DFPI and has filed bankruptcy due to 56 lawsuits filed against them, including 3 proposed class actions for fraudulent, unfair, and deceptive practices. Based on the numbers published by the California Alternative Energy and Advanced Transportation Finance Authority, Renovate America originated 54% of the outstanding PACE assessments. As part of the Renovate America bankruptcy proceedings, all PACE homeowners were given notice and an opportunity to file a claim, providing their estimates of the harm caused by Renovate's PACE program. Of the over 73,000 financing, 1,350 or 1.8% of homeowners filed claims. The claims totaled $51.4 million. Regrettably, the Renovate estate has little or no funds left to address these consumers' harms and make them whole. But the Renovate America bankruptcy provides a significant sampling of the amount of homeowner claims. The Renovate America bankruptcy number also shows the response rate that can be anticipated if all homeowners are notified through a direct mailing of the opportunity to file a claim. Applying the Renovate claims rate to the total number of PACE financing suggests that 1.8 or 2,452 of all homeowners with outstanding PACE financings would make claim. Applying the average claim value from the Renovate America bankruptcy, it is estimated that these homeowners would be eligible for over $94 million in restitution. But the actual claims rate is difficult to predict, and homeowners may find other avenues to address their claims. So we have estimated 1/3 or $30 million would address the outstanding need. We anticipate that an additional $2.5 million will be needed for the administration of the fund, for additional staffing and inspections to substantiate homeowner claims. In addition, the Clean Energy Justice Coalition supports the utilization of the funds for bridge or gap funding for the Solar Restitution Fund until a more permanent funding source can be established. Now, I believe you will also have the opportunity to hear from Fortify, one of the current PACE program administrators, contesting the use of the term PACE in the name of the Restitution Fund, as it may reflect poorly on the industry. However, clarity in name is important, as demonstrated by the CSLB's successful Solar Restitution Fund. Its clear name helped harmed homeowners seek out relief. You are also likely to hear from the program administrators that the recent complaint numbers do not warrant the amount of funding we are seeking. However, their position fails to acknowledge the 2 largest originators of PACE have a demonstrated history of unfair, deceptive practices. Renovate America, which again represents 54% of the outstanding assessments, had its license revoked by the DFPI. Y-Green, which is the second largest California program administrator, represents 18% of the assessments. And they recently entered into a settlement with the FTC addressing allegations of fraud and deceptive practices. Y-Green also announced they will no longer be originating PACE assessments in California. This means that 72% of the outstanding PACE assessments were overseen by 2 program administrators, no longer originating assessments in California, which again is why we anticipate this will be a one-time ask for funding to deal with the legacy cases or any rogue problem contractors like Eco Solar that we heard about earlier in this meeting. There are currently 3 licensed program administrators, including Renew, PACE Funding Group, Fortify Financial, actively administering PACE programs in California and represent just 24% of the outstanding assessments, or Fortify, who represents only 1% of the outstanding PACE assessments as of March of 2021. We remain hopeful that the reforms and regulations now being enforced and implemented by the remaining program administrators will negate the need for this fund in the future. But their current practices regrettably cannot wipe away the history of PACE or the current need for restitution, which is why we're here today seeking your support of this fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tutt. Are there any board members with comments or questions on this item?
Yeah, how is this funded?
Could you repeat that, Alan?
How is this program funded?
Register, folk?
Yeah, I don't know if Stacy would like to weigh on that, but the ask is for it to be funded through the state's general fund. Now, having said that, as Stacy mentioned, in the event that this is successful, it may provide money for our existing fund, but the understanding is that we would need to have a permanent funding mechanism, perhaps, to get support for that. I don't know for sure, but the answer to your question, Alan, is it would be general fund money.
Thank you, Register.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Register folk, how many people do we have in the queue?
Well, we have, I understand, a lot of hands raised. We did have a pre-meeting yesterday afternoon. I asked that the Fortify Financial, I think is probably with us today, would identify one of their members to provide their statement.
Thank you, David. With that, those leading group organizations, again, I would remind you, 5 minutes, no greater than 7 minutes. And those in the public who are going to speak on this item, it's important that we keep that to 2 minutes, given the amount of people with the great interest in this item. So general public, 2 minutes, those representing organizations, 5 to 7 minutes maximum. So with that, where that, Rico, can you check? I don't know if we need to check for public comment. I think you take people in the order that they need to be called in. Please, Rico.
Yes, Juan Martinez just sent you a request to unmute and then you can speak.
Very much. Registered folk, members of the board and staff, thank you for considering my testimony regarding this proposal. I'm PACE Nation's director for residential PACE. PACE Nation's members include PACE administrators, environmental advocates, local governments who receive PACE programs, and other stakeholders. We are not prepared to support this item today because several aspects of this proposal require further analysis. And the board's endorsement in this proposal would be meaningful. So before the board goes ahead and votes in support, and votes to endorse the allocation of tens of millions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, to this proposed program, we ask that you consider these factors. One, the fund should be narrowed to apply to bankrupt funding providers. Active PACE administrators must be licensed by DFBI. As a condition of that license, these administrators must implement processes to accept and resolve complaints. And that works very well. In 2021, there were 69 complaints regarding a PACE administrator or a PACE contractor submitted to DFBI. Of those 69, 67 were resolved to DFBI satisfaction. To give a sense of the scale, and Stacy mentioned this earlier, We're talking about hundreds of thousands of PACE assessments, PACE projects that were funded that are out there, 69 complaints last year. So the number of complaints has gone down quite a bit. This proposal creates an additional unrelated process, which will inevitably conflict with DFPI's regulatory complaint procedures. That conflict could be avoided entirely if this proposal were narrowed to contractors and financing providers with legacy assessments who do not participate in the DFPI process because they're bankrupt. Point two, we ask that the board obtain an independent review of the coalition's estimates of the size of the problem. The board just hasn't been presented with adequate information regarding the size and the scope of the problem that the fund would attempt to solve. The coalition's estimate for how many homeowners would meet the criteria for restitution by necessity and entails several projections and assumptions. Not a criticism of their process. They reviewed several data sets and they used their best judgment to weigh the factors relevant to make predictions about the size of the claimant pool and the amount of a typical claim. But the board's endorsement of this proposal would be viewed as an endorsement of the coalition's methodology. It's appropriate, therefore, for the board to seek other expert opinions on the size and scope of this problem before the legislature is asked to allocate $32 million in taxpayer money for this purpose. Three, this fund would be very challenging to administer. Some of the claimants to this fund have successfully demonstrated the merit of their claim in an administrative, criminal, or civil proceeding. But they didn't receive an award because the contractor or the PACE administrator was bankrupt. Other claimants already presented their issue and were denied relief on the merits, right? But then there's this third category of claims which are going to require an extensive evaluation of the property owner's understanding of the program when they enrolled, an evaluation of the written and oral representations made by both parties during the transaction, an evaluation of the legal obligations at the time that the property owner enrolled in the program, an evaluation of the fair market value of the improvement, and much more. Some of these fact patterns can get very complicated and can involve multiple contradictory points of view. Many of these claims have already been examined by the courts or DFPI, right? That's in a different bucket. Now, the complexity of the work is not a reason to oppose the proposal. It is a reason to carefully consider how the fund is administered and the criteria set forth in the bill to determine whether a claim is approved. Finally, this proposal arbitrarily distinguishes between similarly situated homeowners. By that, I mean the contractors who misled homeowners about the PACE program also misled homeowners about other forms of financing. However, under this proposal, only those homeowners who were enrolled in PACE are eligible for restitution. Other borrowers who were induced to get a second mortgage, for instance, they're not eligible for relief. That would not be an equitable outcome. And to this point, I really do want to explain because it bears mentioning, and thank you to Stacy for talking about it during her presentation. PACE homeowners are far less likely to encounter an unscrupulous contractor than homeowners who use other financing options. And that's due to the reforms that have been instituted over the past 5 years. That includes a confirmation of terms phone call, a live recorded phone call in English or in Spanish with a PACE provider employee to review the terms of the financing as prescribed by the DFPI, project costs, interest rates, etc. And that call is done to confirm that the homeowner understands that they will pay the financing through their property taxes, that they understand how the program works, right? In addition, there are plain language disclosures. Each homeowner receives a consumer guide during the application process in English or in Spanish, which details how the program works, provides comparison to other types of financing, informs homeowners about about available federal grant programs, and advises them on how to work with contractors and get quotes, right? There's the know before you owe style disclosures that state the total amount of the assessment, the APR, the term of the assessment, the fees charged. But perhaps most important here, the contractor is not paid until the work is certified complete by the contractor and the homeowner and the PACE provider independently confirms completion. There's maximum pricing lists to confirm that the project's price is reasonable based on the variables inherent in each project. Homeowners are screened for their ability to pay. There's the DFPI complaint resolution process outlined above, and more, right? All of these reforms together make PACE a safer option for homeowners than other financing options. In short, thank you for considering our testimony. We cannot support the proposal because it applies to current PACE providers in a manner that conflicts with existing DFPI complaint processes. We seek an opportunity to independently corroborate the size and scope of the proposed fund. $32 million is a lot of money to ask for. The criteria for determining eligibility doesn't account for the difficulty of the individual circumstances presented by each claim. And finally, we believe the fund as proposed would lead to arbitrary outcomes for similarly situated homeowners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Rico. Next in line.
Yes, Stephanie Carroll can unmute and speak.
My name is Stephanie Carroll. I'm the Directing Attorney of the Consumer Rights and Economic Justice team at Public Counsel. And we have seen over 350 folks over the past few years with around 500 PACE liens between them. Those 350 are rare. We know there are many hundreds more out there who don't understand that legal services attorneys might be able to help them. That much is clear from the welter of claims received in the Renovate bankruptcy. I urge the board to endorse the plan for a restitution fund, which would provide a safety net for so many people who signed up for PACE on the basis of fraudulent misrepresentations, or who got shoddy work, or no work, or whose signatures were forged. There remain many legacy cases from before additional consumer protections were introduced, and also more recent cases where contractors duped often monolingual Spanish-speaking homeowners into signing up for ADUs that were sold to them as their ticket to a stable economic future, but were never built. One such homeowner signed up for an ADU with a contractor that has since lost its CSLB license. That contractor misrepresented and said that they would use their own financing department and coach the homeowner on what they had to say on a call with what turned out to be E3, now Fortify, from whom you've just heard. Because the homeowner was coached and did what the contractor told him to do, thinking the finance company was actually part of the contractor's business, and said yes when asked if work was completed, that homeowner has been denied any help. In our view, PACE administrators rely on contractors selling their financing, often door to door, and if they rely on that business model, they should deal with the consequences of bad actor contractors who sell their products. Fortify has told us that they now ensure inspections are carried out before money is released, something consumer advocates have been fighting for many years. Had that protection been in place for this homeowner wouldn't now be left with a $120,000 PACE lien for absolutely no work done at all. The fund could help this kind of homeowner. In addition, it would help the myriad of other folks who were left without recourse when Renovate America declared bankruptcy. So I urge the board to endorse the proposal and keep people's house and communities intact. In response to some of the things that we just said, I'd like to say this. Data has always been a very difficult issue for us as consumer advocates. We understand that PACE administrators have access to information about mortgage delinquencies on PACE-held properties. We have never been given that information despite asking for it for many years. But the information we got from the Renovate bankruptcy, even though the Renovate bankruptcy was terrible, was a data set that we couldn't have hoped to get any other way, and it provides our best source of data. The speaker for Fortify also mentioned legal obligations at the time that should be assessed, and this speaks to one of the problems. There were no consumer protections at the beginning, and we fought hard for ability to pay legislation that the industry fought tooth and nail against. There are still no legal obligations to make sure final inspections are done before funds are released. And as to people who took out second mortgages to do improvements on their homes aren't in jeopardy because those second mortgages did not jump over the first mortgages and take first lien position. Also, the interest rates, until recently historically low, were not matched by the ones that PACE loans had, which are generally interest rates of 8 or 9%. I thank the board very much. I urge them to support this and to support it now. Our aim is to try and get in this in the budget this year. We already know that many people with PACE loans have already sold up and left their communities, and we need to stop that bleed and keep people housed. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Rico?
Gabe Holbert, you can unmute and speak.
Members of the Contractors State Licensing Board, my name is Gabe Holbert and I represent Home Run Financing, a property assessed clean energy company that provides affordable financing for energy efficiency, water conservation, and disaster resiliency improvements to property owners voluntarily through their property taxes in California, Florida, and Missouri. PACE started in California over a decade ago and has provided equitable access to financing for residents throughout the state, while also providing opportunities for the contractors who step up to complete these property improvement projects. This transformational public policy makes the green economy more accessible to property owners throughout California, while also giving local governments a tool to lessen environmental impacts in their jurisdictions. Since AB 1284 was passed in 2018, the PACE industry has implemented rigorous consumer protections, including strict underwriting standards, recorded calls where assessment terms are discussed, and verification of one's ability to pay, among other measures. In addition to these consumer protections, AB 1284 established the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, the DFPI, as the state's regulator of the PACE industry. PACE providers also do not pay contractors until verifying projects are complete, use a maximum pricing list to ensure projects do not exceed reasonable prices, and have additional measures in place to protect consumers from bad practices. Since becoming licensed by the DFPI, the PACE industry's open complaint rate through their formalized complaint process has remained low. For example, of open complaints against the PACE industry, only 0.1% of all complaints were unresolved as reported in the latest DFPI annual report. This statistic is a testament to not only the PACE industry's strong commitment to provide high quality consumer protections, but furthermore, a sign that the regulations are working. This data also does not support the $32 million figure of taxpayer money being proposed as necessary for a restitution fund, and further supports the need for a thorough review of the proposed funds amounts and more clear guidelines for claims. The basis for this restitution funds appears to be an analysis of outstanding legacy customers left uncompensated by the bankruptcy of a PACE provider who hasn't offered PACE since 2019, who also never participated in the DFPI complaint process. Customers of a company who is no longer in business, not because of any behaviors of the highly regulated and licensed PACE companies currently doing business in California, who play by the rules of the DFPI and the over 325 jurisdictions they're operating in. Ensuring bad contractors do not participate in PACE is vital to the success of both the PACE industry and contractors throughout California who conduct their business in a fair, honest manner. However, this restitution fund proposal doesn't address either. Instead, it opens up the rest of the industry who has worked hard to be in compliance with laws and industry standards to criticisms that doesn't reflect the very honest and regulated manner in which we conduct our business. This proposal for a restitution fund ignores the law, regulation, and internal policy that has been successful at reining in bad practices and ensuring a high level of consumer protection for property owners throughout California looking to make their homes more energy efficient, safe, and resilient to the challenges brought by climate change. Furthermore, this proposal unfairly punishes the entire PACE industry for the behaviors of an actor who is no longer in business. We suggest that additional research and an independent, thorough review be done before the board can effectively approve the fund as proposed at this time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, register folks.
Yeah, just a kind of a quick update. Chair Tykert has had to depart the meeting, so Vice Chair Diana Love has taken over the chair duties. And Committee Chair Galarza, just to let you know, I think there's 4 or 5 hands that are raised. My thought would be that our moderator would advise the speakers to the 3-minute limit that you put in place. So when they get within 30 seconds of the 3-minute limit, he'll be letting them know.
Thank you so much. Rico?
All right. Allison Snow, you can unmute and speak.
Hi, my name is Allison Snow. I am the director of the University of San Diego's Housing Rights Clinic, and I also spent 13 years leading the Consumer Protection Program at the Legal Aid Society of San Diego. I have had the opportunity to witness the devastation created by the PACE program, and not one of these PACE administrators is innocent. We have filed lawsuits against each and every one of them. And it is a widespread, well-known issue. Why are we seeking money from the state budget? This is a unique lending program. It's basically a government-created problem. The government actually went in and changed the laws in order to be able to provide this type of financing. And it really circumvented the consumer protections that were put into place in the wake of the subprime mortgage crisis through the Dodd-Frank Act. Number one of which should be the biggest red flag, is there was no ability to repay these loans requirement. Now, let me tell you what that looks like. I had a gentleman, my first client, who came in, his property taxes went from $300 a year to $17,000 a year under this PACE program. A gentleman with no internet access, no email, and at least home run financing, which used to be known as PACE funding financing, was one of the actors in that program. And so we have seen this time and time again, where these different PACE entities come in and have a long list of clients who have received no remedy. I have 3 clients right now with PACE funding where it wasn't even the record owners of the property who entered into the contracts. So can you imagine the record owner's surprise when there are hundreds of thousands of dollars, literally over $300,000 of liens by non-record owners of the properties? These cases are still in active litigation, and these occurred starting as far back as 2017. We're still in litigation. Without relief, there's no remedy. Each of these property owners were forced to sell their properties in order to cover the ridiculously high tax assessments due to the PACE fraud. Here in San Diego, I represent a number of clients who are part of the Martinez construction cases. Earlier, you discussed the eco-solar cases. The Martinez
Allison,
cases,
you have 30 seconds.
Are $2.1 million in fraud, so double the amount that we saw with eco-solar. And these Martinez construction cases still have not been resolved. A number of these are Y Green, Renovate America, and other PACE lenders. And these people have not received the relief that they're entitled to. They were bundled and packaged and sent to investors. And so now the government entities are saying they can't take care of it. And so we really need this fund. Without any remedy, there is no justice. And this PACE fund affords these people the opportunity and access to a remedy. So I encourage the CSLB to endorse this request for the budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Natasha Blazer can unmute and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. My name is Natasha Blazer. I'm an attorney at Housing and Economic Rights Advocates, or HERA, and we are a statewide legal services organization. And one of our areas of focus is home ownership preservation, which has led us to work on a lot of these PACE cases where the assessments are threatening the homeowner's ability to retain the home. We have worked with homeowners affected by PACE in over 20 counties across the state. I can confirm that we do have PACE clients right now with ongoing and unresolved disputes with PACE administrators, including those who have spoken on this call, where homeowners have brought their complaints and harms to the administrators and no relief has been provided to date. The vast majority of homeowners that HERA has assisted with any form of home improvement issue in the past 5 years have involved the PACE program, which is why a PACE-specific fund is so vital. I also want to note that the homeowners that we have worked with on these issues are overwhelmingly low income, overwhelmingly elders, and our clients impacted by PACE are also disproportionately from communities of color and Spanish-speaking communities. And so these are the homes that need to be protected. HERA continues to get new clients and new cases that involve consumer fraud in the PACE program today. It's an ongoing issue. And this is partially due to the ongoing originations, but it's also because so many consumers who were defrauded years ago are only now being able to seek and obtain assistance. So many of these homeowners were solicited before any of the additional consumer protections were enacted, which means that they have not benefited from any legislation regarding these issues to date. And this is in addition to the substantial barriers that consumers face both in discovering the fraud in these transactions, these complex transactions, and then obtaining assistance, let alone relief for that fraud, as other people have discussed today. So the fact of the matter is that a restitution fund of this kind would make a significant impact in the lives of many California homeowners across the state, particularly those from marginalized communities who have experienced these wrongs and have not been made whole. It would provide much needed relief to homeowners who have no existing alternative avenues of recovery available to them. And so I would ask the board to support these efforts to make these public funds available to these harmed homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Daniel Alper, you can unmute and speak.
Good morning, members of the Contractors State License Board. My name is Daniel Alper. I'm a staff attorney with Housing and Economic Rights Advocates, and I urge the board to endorse the budget request for the creation of a PACE restitution fund. By using home improvement contractors as its sale force, the PACE program subjected some of California's most vulnerable homeowners to high-pressure sales tactics, fraud, and illegality. As a staff attorney at HERA, I've advised and assisted over 25 individual homeowners, the majority of which are senior citizens with PACE financing issues. At least 10 of those homeowners took out HERO financing, and any chance for meaningful relief was lost when HERO Program Administrator Renovate America filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy. In at least 5 of the cases I've worked on, the contractor salesperson misrepresented the price and made up a fake email address to which the PACE financing documents were sent. And those homeowners did not receive their PACE financing documents for months, in some cases more than a year after the transaction was complete. So the delayed discovery of fraud in many of these cases prevents homeowners from being able to take legal action within the statute of limitations, and the courtroom doors are closed to those victims. In addition, many homeowners report that contractors marketing PACE financing would not take no for an answer, making repeat visits to the home and continuously pressuring the homeowner. In one such case, a disabled elderly homeowner was repeatedly solicited for PACE finance improvements that she did not want or need. And after agreeing to the transaction, just for the sake of getting the contractor to stop bothering her, her property taxes increased 10 times for substandard work that significantly damaged her property. As a disabled senior citizen on a fixed income, she did not have the will or the resources to bring a lawsuit. In another case, a 70-year-old disabled woman living on less than $1,000 per month in Social Security agreed to PACE financing for solar panels that the contractor salesperson told her would cause her electricity bills to go down to $30 a month. Well, now she pays over $300 per month for electricity and has had to rely on property tax postponement to afford her home expenses. The government entity, Western Riverside Council of Governments, responded to this homeowner's claim, stating that she should have brought her claims within 6 months to be considered. And Western Riverside Council of Governments has responded similarly to all 7 requests for relief that I've made on behalf of homeowners, apparently without considering the merit of those claims or the unbearable financial burden suffered by the victims.
Daniel, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. There was no ability to repay requirement at the time this homeowner took out PACE financing. If there had been, it is highly unlikely that she would have been approved with her limited monthly income. A state-created restitution fund is necessary to provide relief for these vulnerable homeowners who would otherwise be left without a remedy. And the CSLB's efficient administration of the Solar Restitution Fund demonstrates that a PACE relief fund proposal can be successfully implemented under CSLB's oversight. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Joe Jaramillo, hope I'm saying that correct. You can unmute and speak.
Jaramillo. I'm a senior attorney at Housing and Economics Rights Advocates based in Oakland. And I thank you, Contractor State License Board members and Registrar, for considering this important proposal, to consider endorsing it. I urge you to support it and endorse it. It's a much needed measure for all the reasons stated by the prior speakers. I've been working on assisting homeowners with the many problems in foreclosure risk caused by PACE assessments and liens since 2017. And we have contracts going back to 2015, and our clients have those contracts when PACE first started operating in California. And as mentioned before, there's a statute of limitations issue for people with those older legacy cases. They may not be able to get relief. Even when litigation is filed, that litigation can take years. And I want to highlight a very specific problem, and that is the foreclosure risk that these people face. And it's not just the foreclosure risk from the PACE program itself, which does have the right to bring a judicial foreclosure action to collect, but it's because these folks often pay their property taxes through an escrow account on their mortgage. And when the property taxes go up due to a PACE assessment, and as we've heard, they can double, triple, quadruple, they could even make their property taxes go up 10 times depending on the amount of the PACE assessment. Then that eventually will increase their mortgage payment because the mortgage servicer is paying through an escrow account to pay the property taxes every year. And the mortgage servicer can even add a cushion on that. So it's not just the amount divided by 12 for the property taxes, but there's an extra month or two of cushion that could be added to that. So we've had homeowners whose mortgage payments have gone up significantly, have doubled, and have put them to an unaffordable amount. And I'll give you an example of a case that we handled for a senior citizen couple in Oakland who, unfortunately, due to the PACE assessment, lost their home precisely because of the way that it affected their mortgage payment. This was a couple who wanted to do home improvements for their roof because of the rains coming up, and they were told that by an authorized PACE solicitor agent, a contractor who wanted them to finance through PACE, that they would not have to pay back the PACE assessment.
Joe, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Until they either until they passed away or when they sold the property, which was false. It immediately raised the property taxes, which raised their mortgage, which became unaffordable, and unfortunately they lost their home. While we were able to get them some relief at the afterward, the PACE restitution fund could really help people who are in danger of losing their homes because of this, and we urge you to support it.
Thank you.
There are no more hands raised for public comment.
Thank you, Rico. So it's important to note that there is no proposed language was available when the Legislative Committee met on this item in February 16th. Hence, the committee is recommending that the full board approve supporting in concept the proposal to create a PACE resolution fund for consumers harmed by PACE loans. Since this recommendation comes from the committee to the board, it comes to you as a fully formed motion and does not need a first or second prior to vote. Since a bill of this language is not yet in print, this recommendation is made with the understanding that staff will continue to work with the proposed sponsors, DCA Legal, PACE administrators, the solar industry leaders, and any opposition on proposed legislation. The Legislative Committee Chair will keep informed of meetings and possible needs for a Legislative Committee meeting to review and discuss any introduced legislation. With that, I welcome board comments.
Chair, David Del Torre.
Yes, David.
Yeah, I want to thank all the speakers that came out or who joined in and spoke on this item. I would have liked to have heard from some of the homeowners that were impacted negatively. I think it would have been a lot more powerful testimony, but I would like to hear, from some of the homeowners. I know attorneys came out and spoke on some of their behalf. I just think it would be more impactful. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any other members of the board?
Michael Mark has his hand raised.
Please, Mr. Mark.
All right, thank you, Chair. So, to my understanding, it sounds like the proposed language wasn't before the legislative committee, and then there is like the staff recap and staff analysis of the items. There was a mention by one of the commenters of kind of a statute of limitations. Was that why on page, I think 148 of the packet or 146 of the packet, it's saying anything before January 1st, 2016, that like this language would not become in effect. So I from my understanding, some of those like bankrupt PACE administrators who did some faulty ones at the beginning, this won't help those consumers. Maybe that's a question for Registrar.
Some of this language is modeled after the legislation that created the Solar Recovery Fund at CSLB, and the statute of limitations expires after January 1st, 2016. So we can only consider contracts or work performed after January 1st, 2016. I believe that's where it came from.
And I guess a follow-up question. So the goal of today is to make sure and hopefully present this language and get it inserted in the budget for the governor's office, correct? And then to create this program as a state of California program for consumer protection?
Yeah, what's being asked is if the board would support in concept the creation of a PACE recovery fund. And the board is not sponsoring the legislation. You heard from Stacy Tutt and her associates that have spoken to legislators. They would be the ones, it's my understanding, they'll be the ones to approach the legislature, get legislative language introduced, and then that would come back before the board. But they're asking if the board would support in concept this creation of this PACE recovery fund. The language that you see in the packet, we had a meeting yesterday because I know there's some concerns about that language. And what we asked yesterday is if the board's counsel, John Ken, can be part of the discussion on how that language could be improved upon. Everyone seemed to be in agreement with that. So it's kind of a work in progress, just asking the board, I guess the legislative committee is submitting this to the full board for consideration on whether the board would consider, in concept, would support this recreation of this PACE recovery fund.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that.
Any other comments from board members? Rico, I believe there are members of the public that are available to speak.
Yes, we have one hand raised. I believe it's Carlton Overstreet calling in. You can unmute and speak.
Hi, good morning, board members. This is Carlton Overstreet. I am the heir to Carlton Overstreet Sr. He was not a authorized homeowner who was solicited by PACE to start the program. In his absence due to his death in 2017, I just want to testify that PACE has operated under a fraudulent operation for years. I'm not sure why they're even still in business. That's neither here nor there. I am represented by Allison Snow, our attorney on record, and appreciative of her efforts. Both my sister and my uncle, who were living in the home due to property tax increases, had to relocate and sell the home. That caused our family a huge inconvenience, obviously. I just want to go on record that the representative from PACE that came to solicit our family's business did not do their diligence in finding out that the estate was represented by 3 family members. They only went after my father, who was 1/3 of the family's estate. His 2 other brothers were kept out of the business operation. As a marketing ploy, they utilized alcoholic beverages, purchased 6-packs, 12-packs, 24-packs to get my father to sign up for the program and to also work as a recruit, knowing that alcohol was his Achilles heel. That's just a fraction of the story. We've been waiting patiently on litigation since 2017 and have been tight-lipped publicly as far as outing PACE in the media. So I stand by any organizational and efforts, whether it's state-related, government-related, legally related, to rectify this fraudulent behavior that PACE funding and all entities representing PACE's bankruptcy claims have been short of rectifying with homeowners such as my family's estate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment, Rico?
Yes, Veronica Soto Miller, you can unmute and speak. Veronica, I'm sending you a request to unmute, and then you can speak. One more try. Veronica, are you able to unmute? Nope. Veronica's hand went down, so no other public comment.
All right. Well, with that, members, Mariah, would you please call roll?
Mary Tykert, approved absence. Rodney Kobos.
Aye.
David De La Torre.
Aye.
Miguel Galarza.
Aye.
Susan Granzella.
I vote aye, but should we not restate the motion?
I could do that, yes.
If you could do that, I think that would be helpful right now.
No worries. I appreciate that, Susan. I will reiterate what the ask is from the committee of the board. The committee of the board makes a recommendation to the full board as a fully formed motion that since there is no bill to be considered at our February 16th meeting, the recommendation is made that there's an understanding of the staff will continue to work with the proposed sponsors, who are DCA legal, PACE administrators, the solar industry leaders, and any opposition on proposed legislation. So that is the motion, is for staff to continue to work with all the stakeholders to come up with a resolution that would ultimately become a bill that we can support.
This is John Ken. I believe you might be misstating the bill, Miguel. The motion was on committee's recommendation that the board approves supporting in concept the creation or proposal to create a PACE restitution fund for customers.
That is correct. My apologies, John. Thank you for that, restating that.
Thank you.
Are you comfortable with that, Susan?
Yes, aye.
Any members who previously voted? If not, continue the vote, Mariah.
Alan Guy,
Aye.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence. Diana Love,
Aye.
Michael Mark,
Aye. Aye.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence. James Ruane,
Aye.
Johnny Simpson,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you, Mariah. With that, I would like to digress back to item 4, which is a review and discussion and possible action on legislative proposal to apply a 3-year statute of limitations to violations for allowing fraudulent use of a contractor's license. That can be found on page 137 of your booklet. This proposal would increase the statute of limitations for misdemeanor violations pertaining to the unlawful use of a license. The proposal is supported by complainants receiving from consumers in designated disaster areas where licensed contractors unlawfully allowed unlicensed contractors to use their license for disaster rebuilds. Fauna, would you please provide the details on this proposal? Fauna.
Sorry, my unmute button didn't work. I want to start by addressing feedback issues that were going on earlier. We are aware of them, and we have technical folks working on solving it. So if it hasn't been solved yet, hopefully it will, but I am going to proceed with the agenda, and apologies if it's hard to hear. So this proposal, it's another board proposal. It's not a bill. It's we would like to make it a bill. So this would increase CSLB's impact on consumer protection in disaster areas by addressing criminal misuse of a license. CSLB conducts outreach at local assistance centers operated by Cal OES to educate homeowners about contractor licensing requirements. However, a consumer cannot protect themselves by checking a license if the unlicensed contractor is unlawfully using the valid license of another contractor. Specified violations of the contractor state license law are classified as misdemeanors, this being one of them. However, the contractor state license law does not classify this as a misdemeanor. Instead, CSLB derives its misdemeanor authority from the Business and Professions Code, Section 119. This section applies to all boards and bureaus within the Department of Consumer Affairs. Section 119 addresses fraudulent use of a license, including using a fictitious license, lending a license to another person, or allowing other unlawful use of a license. The statute of limitations for misdemeanors are set by Penal Code Section 802. The current statute of limitations for Business and Professions Code Section 119 is 1 year from the date of violation. Because consumers often do not complain within that 1 year, once we receive that complaint, we often don't have enough time to seek criminal charges for these violations, and our only avenue is administrative disciplinary action. This proposal would add Business and Professions Code Section 119 to the Penal Code Section 802 that specifies the statute of limitations would be 3 years from the date of discovery of the violation. This proposal would provide CSLB time to investigate and refer misdemeanor violations of fraudulent license use for prosecution. Fewer cases would be disqualified from criminal prosecution due to the statute of limitations. Also, we have to investigate each complaint we receive. Therefore, this proposal would promote a more effective use of CSLB investigative resources without creating a fiscal impact. We are requesting your approval to also share this draft language with the Office of Senator McGuire. Thank you.
Thank you, Fauna. Are there any board members who would like to make a comment or have questions on this item?
Or no hands raised.
Thank you. Hearing and seeing none. This proposal was reviewed by the Legislative Committee at our meeting on February 16th. The committee recommends that the full board approve sharing this proposal to increase the statutes of limitations for misdemeanor violations of the unlawful use of license with the Office of the Honorable Senator McGuire. Since a bill with this language is not yet in print, this recommendation is made with the understanding that staff will further confer with the chair of the Legislative Committee to seek authorization to take a position on any subsequent bill. Since this recommendation comes from the committee of the board, it comes to you as a fully formed motion and does not need a first or second vote. I would take comments again from any board member. Hearing and seeing none. Rico, are there any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Thank you. Mariah, would you please call roll?
Mary Tykert, approved absence. Rodney Cobos.
Aye.
David De La Torre.
Aye.
Miguel Galarza.
Aye.
Susan Granzella.
Aye.
Alan Guy.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence. Diana Love.
Aye.
Michael Mark.
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence. James Ruane.
Aye.
Johnny Simpson.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mariah. I would now direct you to the next agenda item, which would be item 6, which is an update, review, and discussion of possible action items on 2022-24 legislative strategic plan objectives. If you would turn your booklets to page 157, the board's 2022 through 2024 strategic plan identified legislative goals and objectives. Fauna will provide an update on objectives 3.2 to review policies, procedures, and current practices for compliance with the Administrative Procedure Act to ensure appropriate decision-making. Fauna?
Thank you. The legislative division had 2 vacancies for some time. Now that I'm in place, and we have also hired a regulations and legislation specialist, Diana Godinez, we would like to request an extension for this objective. This year, we will be writing the board sunset report. That process requires us to review our law, our regulations, policies, and procedures. So we're asking that the due date for this objective be aligned with the sunset report, which will be submitted to the board for approval at the December board meeting.
Thank you, Fauna. Are there any board members that have any questions or comments on this item? Hearing and seeing none. Staff recommends, the extension and due date of this objective to the December 2023 board meeting. Is there a motion and a second to extend the due date for this objective until December of 2023?
Johnny Simpson, I would make that motion.
Michael Mark, second.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Any comments from the board? Rico, are there any public comments on this item?
No public comments.
Thank you. Mariah, would you please call roll?
Mary Tykert, approved absence. Rodney Kobos,
Aye.
David De La Torre,
Aye.
Miguel Galarza,
Aye.
Susan Granzella,
Aye.
Alan Guy,
Aye.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence. Diana Love,
Aye.
Michael Mark,
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence. James Ruane,
Aye.
Johnny Simpson.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mariah. I would now turn our attention to item 7, which is the review and discussion and possible action item on 2023 pending legislation. CSLB's legislative staff reviews more than 2,700 introduced bills and amended bills. They track those bills that affect the board and our stakeholders, as well as those which the board may wish to take a position on. Sometimes the legislature acts on those bills before the board has an opportunity to weigh in, which the board procedure manual has a process for addressing. With that, we'd like to discuss AB 336 by Assemblymember Cervantes, which begins on page 159 of your booklet. This bill would require licensees who are not exempt from workmen's compensation insurance requirements to certify on the CLB license renewal form the top 3 by payroll workmen's compensation classification codes endorsed on the licensee's workmen's comp policy. This bill would prohibit renewal without that certification, but provides a retroactive renewal if the licensee complies within 30 days after notification by the CSLB that the renewal has been rejected. Fauna, would you please describe or discuss this bill for us?
Thank you. I want to start this section by just stating that legislation changes quickly. So some things have changed since these materials were published. Consequently, status or locations have changed, and in some cases, our recommendations have changed. So I just want to point that out before I go into the legislation. So our first bill is AB 336 by Assemblymember Cervantes. This bill is sponsored by the District Council of Iron Workers of California. This bill was introduced last year as AB 2984 by Assemblymember Cooper, and it was held in the Senate Committee on Appropriations. So this is a reintroduction. This bill is intended to ensure that contractors are not committing workers' compensation insurance fraud by misclassifying their employees in a role that garners a lower insurance rate. For example, classifying tree trimmer employees as painters or classifying other construction employees as office staff. Last year, the sponsors worked with CSLB on amendments that were intended to lower the fiscal impact of this bill. So this bill includes those amendments. While we appreciate the sponsor accepting our amendments to only require the top 3 classifications, this bill does not address remaining concerns about the potential impact of the bill. For example, the intent of this bill is to prevent workers' compensation fraud, which is enforced by the Department of Insurance. We have no way of checking whether the top 3 classifications are accurate. When asked by the CSLB, when asked why the CSLB website would be the best venue for this information, the sponsor could not give an answer. However, this bill would create a fiscal impact of at least $227,000 for IT costs. Also, we still need to look into potential enforcement costs, as this bill does not specify who is responsible for enforcing requirements of this bill. If a contractor reports false information or if they are committing fraud, and that is posted to our website. This bill is scheduled to be heard by the Assembly Committee on Business and Professions on April 11th, 2023. Because the sponsors have proven willing to work with us, staff are recommending that the board watch this bill. This would allow us time to engage the sponsor in further discussions to reduce the fiscal and clarify CSLB's intended role here. If we cannot accomplish that by the June board meeting, staff would recommend an opposed then. But of course, we turn it over to the board. Back to Miguel.
Thank you, Fauna. I would ask for comments on this item from committee members, from board members.
Michael Mark has his hand raised.
I'm sorry?
Michael Mark has his hand raised.
Yes, please, Mr. Mark.
So did I hear correctly? You're asking the recommendation from staff is to watch this bill and report back at our June meeting. Is that the recommendation?
Correct. I would like some time to work with the sponsors. They're willing to, they already accepted our requested amendments last year. So I'm hoping to have a chance to work with them again to see if we can narrow this bill down to what they're trying to accomplish. I would like to limit the responsibility of CSLB on this issue because it falls within the jurisdiction of the Department of Insurance. I would also like to eliminate the fiscal if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from the board?
Not the board. We have a hand raised by legal.
Feel free.
Good morning, Christy Schilch from the DCA Legal Office Counsel for the board. I think another legal issue which I've discussed with staff is the concern that you would be having responsibility for determining whether there's an appropriate workers' compensation policy. That's not really something that's typically within the expertise of the staff at this board. So my concern would be the liability you would be assuming for determining whether that workers' compensation insurance was adequate for the classification. So that is another area I would recommend that staff explore in discussions with the author's office, because this would be a new legal requirement for you that your staff would not be, at this point, my understanding, have the training perhaps and the expertise to do. So it may require you to hire more staff or personnel. So that should be something that should be considered in those discussions with the author's office. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other hands, I certainly do have a comment to make. When I look at this through several eyes, as a contractor, I personally, and I know many other large and medium-sized contractors, have more than 3 codes. I personally have 7 codes. So at what point do I fall out of favor or become non-compliant because I'm using 7 codes for my workman's comp policy, and there's only 3 slots here to make a determination? So my concern is, as legal said, how is staff going to make a decision as to whether I had the appropriate code, the appropriate 3 top codes, when in fact I have 7 or 8 codes? Secondly, my concern is, as we know, we're DCA, Department of Consumer Affairs. So I'm not sure, since we have legislation in place for 3 categories, and in January of 2026, all licensees will have to have workman's comp. I'm not sure how this protects the public any more than legislation that has already been passed that will provide the assurances that workman's comp is part of every contractor's policy. I'm not sure what adding the ability to know what the top 3 codes are, how that benefits the public and or protects the public. So Fauna, there's clearly some of my major concerns that I have with this piece of legislation.
Okay. Well, I can answer a couple of, or I can address both of your questions. So the top 3 were requested amendments from CSLB. They originally wanted us to list all, and to reduce the impact to our IT systems and workload, we requested that it be limited to the 3. However, you're right, that is not clear if we would be expected to enforce that or what our role would be. It's supposed to be by payroll and to address insurance fraud, which is clearly not our jurisdiction. So that is an outstanding issue. Your second question, this bill again addresses insurance fraud. So it's not whether you have workers' compensation insurance, it's whether you're paying the correct amount. Again, this is not within the board's jurisdiction, but because the sponsor was willing to work with us last year, we would just like the time. But if the board prefers to take a position on this bill, we understand that as well. We see the same concerns.
Thank you, Fawn. So at this point, is there a motion to be made where, by the board to either oppose and or watch this AB 366?
This is Johnny. I think that yeah, I would make a motion to watch and continue to work with them to see if it's something that we would be interested in without putting ourselves. I mean, if they come up with something that doesn't give us any legal liability, sure, why wouldn't we support it? So why don't we just watch it? And from my experience, that's a huge deal in the construction industry, is on bid day contractors that are misclassifying workers to beat the bid on their workers' compensation. So I think it is a big deal, and I think that we should watch it and support it if possible without causing ourselves a bunch of liability.
This is John Cannon, legal again. Excuse me, Miguel. I consider that board comment on the issue of watching, since a motion's not required. I think the request was, do any board members wish to discuss a different position, because watching is not one that needs to be voted on.
Thank you, John.
Michael Mark has a hand raised.
Mr. Mark, please, board member.
Yeah, I want to kind of echo off of Johnny's comments. I do believe it's if we're providing just public information, and that's my understanding of this bill, was that there was going to be some just public information of which codes for that particular license. I would say continue watching it. If board legal is saying that's not a motion, the only thing would be, so I was hearing that we needed a motion because it was changing the recommendation from neutral to watch. So I guess that's why there was some confusion there.
Any other comments? Thank you, Mr. Mark. Well, if there are no more board member comments.
Rodney's hand just went up.
Okay. Right away.
Yeah, I'm also in favor of working with the authors to continue seeing what they could do to offer more information on it. And I echo pretty much John's comments.
Thank you, Ronnie. With that, Rico, are there any public comments on this item?
No public comments.
Very good. Mariah, would you please call roll?
Again, this is John. Miguel, apologize to interrupt, but if a board member has not presented a motion, then there is no roll to call. So I think the question you want to ask are there any board motions to be made? Because the recommendation is a watch, which does not require any motion. Does that make sense?
Okay, my apologies. So therefore, is there no vote for the position of watch?
Correct. So the question is, are there any board members that wish to make a motion?
I believe the motion I was trying to make is continue to work with the sponsors of the bill to see if CSLB can get what they need out of it, however that wording might be. Meaning we don't accept any liability for the enforcement of it, but see if we can. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
I believe
continue to work with.
Yes, I believe what you're saying. So the motion would be to continue the watch as long as the CSLB does not take on any additional responsibilities or liabilities on the enforcement of AB 336. Would that be stated properly, Johnny?
I think that sounds like a watch with questions, but a watch is not taking a position for or against. It's simply there's a recommendation before the board to watch. If a board member wants to make a recommendation to oppose with any conditions or support with any conditions, that would be a motion that would need to be made and seconded and then voted on. But if your concern is simply watch, maybe Fauna could explain that a little bit.
John, this is Johnny, and this is Johnny, and what I am asking is that Fiona continue to work with the sponsors of the motion, the same as we did last year, to see if we can get into a support position. So however that is worded.
Hi, I want to jump in. If you want us to just watch the bill and work with legislative staff and the sponsors of this bill, we don't need a motion. If you want to change that, which is the staff recommendation, then we need a motion. So if you want us to watch it and work with it, then we can move on to the next bill.
Good enough. Understood.
Thank you for your point.
We have a hand raised from DCA Legal.
Rodney, did you have a point of order? Rodney? Go ahead.
Yes, I want to make a motion that we support it with the conditions that the CSLB assumes no liability as far as us in support of it.
So I have a question. So I'm trying to figure out where you would like the bill to end up. If you want the bill to not be supported, if it causes financial liability or any other liability for the board in administering these provisions, then it should be either an oppose unless amended or a watch with the authority to delegate to the legislative chair the ability to change the position to oppose. So, I mean, those would be my recommendations. So I was trying to figure out whether Mr. Simpson was trying to make a motion to watch, and then if there is liability attached, then authorize the chair to change the position. But now Mr. Cobos, is it Cobos? I'm sorry, I don't mispronounce your name.
That's correct, Cobos.
Okay, Cobos. So if you could clarify whether you're in support of this bill as written with changes, or if you think it should be opposed unless amended to address any concerns for the liability of the board in administering and determining the appropriate classification and coverage for that classification.
No, my position is just to support it. However, to support with working with authors to get more information on it.
So that would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Christy, that would be different than staff's recommendation to watch.
Right. The staff had recommended not taking a formal position until they could work with the author further and then bring this item back to you as the chair if they were not able to work with the author and address the concerns that we've discussed at this meeting.
Christy, thank you. I support that, what you just what she just stated.
This is Johnny. I support that as well.
So Christy, would it be appropriate for you to restate what we are potentially going to take a motion on?
So, I mean, it's up to the board always in every case whether they feel they need to make a motion. The staff don't think they need it. They think they understand what your intention is. But the idea would be to watch this bill and work with the author to address the liability concerns and other concerns raised by the members at this meeting. And if they are unable to address those concerns through these informal discussions, then to delegate to the chair the authority to change the position on this bill to an oppose.
So as stated, there is no motion to be made. And and if we're concurrence, then we would move on to our next item.
Got a hand raised by Rodney.
Rodney, please.
Just for clarification, so that means that it will not come before the board at our next meeting. If staff cannot work out anything with the authors, that they will take a position as to oppose it, and then it comes before the board. I just need clarification on it.
I'd like to clarify. Yes, if we can't work it out where the board does not have liability and where the fiscal is drastically reduced or eliminated, then it would come back before you. This is in a bill that has been introduced, so it's moving through the legislative process. So it will be on the board's agenda at the next meeting, whether it's been amended or not. Just if it hasn't been amended to ensure our limited liability, to limit our liability and to reduce the fiscal, then I would recommend an oppose at that time. I am just asking for extra time to work with the sponsors of this bill because they were willing to work with us last year.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Any additional comments from board members?
Michael Mark has hand raised.
Please, Mr. Mark.
So our next board meeting isn't until June, correct? And this is going to go through committee meetings between now and then. It sounds like there's enough board members who are contemplating trying to make sure everything gets worked out. Is it better to support with the clarification that there's no fiscal impact to CSLB? Would that be a proper motion? So again, what I'm saying is, there's time between now and the next board meeting. It has to go through a committee chairs. A lot of times they want to know what's CSLB's position on this. So what I'm asking, is it better to make a motion to say, let's support this bill as long as it has these amendments that meet CSLB's items? Does that make sense? Instead of a oppose, unless that way it's support with the caveat of these items that staff needs clarification on.
Christy,
Hi. Normally, if we take a support if amended or oppose unless amended, we would propose amendments at the same time. But I'm wondering from legal if there's a way that we can craft a motion to accomplish what board member Mark is asking.
So you could craft a motion that states that you direct staff to work with the author's office to address the issues raised at this meeting. If the staff are unable to address with the author those concerns, you delegate to the chair of the legislative committee the authority to help draft amendments that address the concerns. And if those amendments are not accepted, that Fauna, do you want them to take a position at that point? If they are addressed, then I guess it would be support.
Right.
I mean, you could say it that way. So you could say it in the positive. Do you see what I'm saying? So direct staff sorry. Okay, let me start over. So the motion would be to direct staff to work with the author's office to address the concerns raised at this meeting, to work with the legislative chair and keep him apprised of the issues and its progression. If the issues are addressed, then authorize the legislative chair to take a support, if amended, position.
Michael Mark will make that motion.
Cobus will second it.
Okay. With that, can we have a vote, Mariah?
Do we need public comment?
Do we need public comment? We probably do.
Yes.
My apologies.
Thanks.
Rico, are there those in the public that would like to comment on this item?
No public comment.
Thank you, Lee. All right, with that, Mariah, would you please call roll?
Mary Tykert, approved absence. Rodney Cobos.
Aye.
David De La Torre.
Aye.
Miguel Galarza.
Aye.
Susan Granzella.
Aye.
Alan Guy.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence. Diana Love.
Aye.
Michael Mark.
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence. James Ruane.
Aye.
Johnny Simpson.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mariah. The next bill that we're here to review is AB 1204 by Assemblyman Holden, which starts on page 162 of your packet. This bill would prohibit contractors from under specific circumstances from subcontracting with two or more contractors in the same classification on the same job site. This bill would make violation of this section cause for disciplinary action. According to the author's fact sheet, this bill is intended to prevent contractors from misclassifying employees as subcontractors to avoid compliance with workmen's compensation requirements. Fauna, would you please present a review of this bill?
Thank you. Assembly Bill 1204 is sponsored by the State Building Trades Council of California. This bill, according to the author's office, is intended to prevent contractors from subcontracting with multiple contractors rather than hiring employees. According to the author and sponsor, contractors do this to avoid complying with workers' compensation insurance and employee tax requirements. We did not identify a fiscal for this bill by the published deadline. However, staff will be looking into enforcement impacts this bill may create. Regardless, effective January 1, 2023, Senate Bill 216 requires all C8, C20, C22, and D49 contractors to carry workers' compensation insurance, regardless of whether the contractor has employees. Further, on January 1st, 2026, all other classifications will also be required to have workers' compensation insurance on file with the board. Therefore, the requirements of SB 216 make this bill, AB 1204, duplicative of existing law while imposing potentially unnecessary restrictions on contracting businesses. This bill would especially impact small businesses who would be excluded from large jobs because they do not have enough employees to complete the job. Staff recommended a watch because it's so early in the legislative process, but I would also recommend considering an oppose, just because of the impact to business. And I know Committee Chair Galarza has some input he wants to give on this. So this bill is scheduled to be heard by the Assembly Committee on Business and Professions on April 11th, 2023, and I turn it back to the board to discuss.
Thank you, Fiona. Before sharing my comments, are there members of the board that would like to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing none, I'll go ahead and make my comments on this item. To the point earlier, I think number one, obviously, as specified, January 1st, 2026, all contractors, irrespective of their employees, will have to have workman's comp as part of the law. But secondly, and more importantly, this would significantly impact contractors who are in relationships with large and small subcontractors, creating a space for small contractors on large projects. Oftentimes there's a mentor-protege agreement or role or subcontracting goals in which a large general contractor may select multiple subcontractors to perform similar scopes of work or similarly licensed work. For instance, there may be a large, take for instance the Salesforce building for an example. Very large building, very large drywall firm would need to handle the horsepower. However, there's probably subcontracting goals on that job, which would create a space for a small business to grow their business under the guidance and directions of the large drywall contractor in some type of mentoring role. That would be precluded, and the prime contractor would not be able to fulfill his small business requirements if he could not list small contractors to do this work. Let's take, for instance, painting. There are exterior painters, there are interior painters, there are painters that specialize in steel structures. There's a lot of different painting going on certain projects, and you would prohibit a prime contractor from utilizing specialty painters. It does not break down what type of painting they're doing. They're saying, if you have a C39 license, you can only list one to do all that scope. And so that would be problematic for the prime contractor. So I think there needs to be more thought put into it, the potential impacts for contractors, small and large, to be able to do their business in the state of California in a cost-effective manner and yet provide small business opportunities for smaller contractors to grow their business as well. So those are my comments. Anyone from the public would like to comment on this item?
No public comment, but Michael Mark has hand raised.
Mr. Mark, board member Mark, please.
Thank you. Maybe this is a question for staff. So is this bill supposed to help target 1099 issues or like misclassification? Is that what this bill's for? Or am I hearing it that one licensee holder can't have multiple subcrafts, unless they have their own license? Maybe that I need some clarification there.
The author's office said that this is to address 1099 issues. So they claim that there is a practice of 1099ing an employee and then issuing a subcontract rather than hiring them as an employee. So they're avoiding workers' compensation and employee taxes.
So is it for this bill then? It's that particular employee not having a license, and that's why it's they're getting 1099 without having their improper subcontractor. Is that what I'm hearing? Or because you can't be a subcontractor and be a 1099 without having a license, right?
Right. So instead of they're subcontracting with multiple subcontractors in the same classification rather than hiring those people as employees. So those subcontractors do have to have a license. We're not sure of the source of information or stats or even any anecdotal information on that point. That's just what's in the author's fact sheet about this bill.
I guess I'm just a little confused how if the employee, so that if a subcontractor is subbing out to someone else that doesn't have a license, maybe this is a question for the registrar, then at that point, that 1099 person needs to have a valid contractor's license, correct?
Yeah,
Yes, they do in order to sub. Oh, sorry.
I could just weigh in on this for a sec. Dave, it's interesting, if you look at the flooring industry, there's a limitation where a C15 can, sub out to a C15, but then they can't do additional subs. I mean, there's some limitations there. I think what they're trying to get at is where you have a specialty contractor, and I'll say such as a flooring contractor, that hires numerous subcontractors instead of having employees. So they're looking at a way to circumvent workers' comp laws because there's no workers' comp requirement currently for many trades if you don't have workers. Now that'll all change in 2026, so this will be taken care of. My concern with the bill, though, and I've not been able to get an answer to, is how would this restrict a general building contractor or somebody with a prime contract with the homeowner from subbing out to multiple specialty contractors? And I haven't received that answer. And that's why this is very troubling, because what we don't want to do is in any way inhibit remodeling, residential remodeling, or residential home construction. And so that's where I really have a concern. But I think what they're trying to get at is a sham situation, which I have seen, where a subcontractor would hire numerous other subcontractors to circumvent having to get workers' compensation insurance for their employees.
Thank you, Dave. And just for my clarification, if one of these subcontractors down the tier, if their work is over $500 or, the job's over $500, they all have to have a valid contractor state license, right?
Yeah, there's a labor code section, it's 2750, that says that it's a presumption that if you hire somebody in construction, they're either got to be a bona fide employee or a licensed subcontractor. So you as a licensed contractor are currently required to use licensed contractors as subs, or you have to have workers' comp and withholding for your employees.
So if I might add, Board Member Mark and the full board, I think what I believe is happening, and what I've seen happen myself personally, is a general contractor will hire 3 independent and solely owned painting contractors, right? And those 3 to circumvent a lot of employment laws will hire those 3 as subcontractors, and they're all working the same scope of work, and they're all working as a crew, as they would be as employees. However, since they do have licenses, they are exempt from workman's comp and EDD and a whole lot of other taxation issues, as they are contractors that are independent. And so I understand the premise of what they're trying to do. The problem is, to register folks' point, for instance, your industry, C4 license, boilers and chillers and that type of work. But oftentimes they don't do the pneumatic controls or the DDC controls. And those would be the same classification. And so now you're saying that your boiler guy has to do the controls, which he may not want to do and doesn't want to do. Now he can't hire a separate control guy with the boiler guy. And that's where it gets really dicey as a general contractor. How are you going to address these multiple trades within the same classification? I think that's the problematic problem that I have with it. Any other thoughts from board members? Yeah. Again, any comments from the public?
No public comment.
No public
I had a comment real quick to Registrar Foyt's point. I think once in 2026, when everyone's required to have workers' comp, a lot of this bill would be kind of goes away.
Yeah, that would be my take on it, because that's really the issue, is contractors trying to avoid obtaining workers' compensation by hiring other licensees that are, quite frankly, sometimes they are employees.
And it just
So that
muddies
would
the
be
water.
taken care of.
It just makes it confusing with no more than 2 subcontractors. Because I mean, on some of these, giant work sites, there's more than 2 people doing the same thing.
Absolutely, and it's common in public works, as many of you know, to get joint venture licenses, and what's the impact on all that? So when I read the bill, and I've talked to a lobbyist about it, and I just wasn't able to be clear as to how this would work. What would be the restriction, and is that a restriction that's workable in the industry?
I mean, I can go on and on. Rebar is C33, so structural steel. And a structural steel guy is not doing rebar, and a rebar guy is not doing structural steel. So they have the same classifications, but totally different scopes of work. You have somebody who has a C8 license who's doing structural concrete, doing the actual building, and then you have a guy who's doing the sidewalk work, the site concrete work. The same scope, the same C8 license to do both. However, totally different skill sets to do both types of tradesmanship. So I can go on in every single classification where I can see an issue of pushing this without further review of what actually is trying to be accomplished by this bill. So with that, right now, this is, again, very similar to our last bill, and that was that staff had recommended to take a watch on this item for this bill. So if there is no opposing or alternate motion, then I believe there is no further board action to take. So with that, I would open up to board members whether we proceed with the position of watch, and or is there a motion from the board to take a different position? So hearing and seeing no opposition to the watch position of staff, then I would close this item and move on to the next one, which is AB 1383 by Assemblymember Ortega, which is on page 164 of your pamphlet. This bill would require CSLB to withhold license, insurance, or renewal if a qualifying individual, responsible managing officer, or responsible managing employee is not in compliance with a child support order or judgment. This bill would require licensees to notify the registrar in writing if they are subject to a child support order. Failure to do so would be cause for license suspension. This bill would also require CSLB to adopt regulations to provide procedures to take actions upon notification by any party having knowledge of child support order and unpaid child support. Finally, this bill would require CSLB to adopt regulations to implement this bill by January 1st of 2025. Mona, would you be so kind as to further this bill?
Thank you. AB 1383 by Assemblymember Ortega is also sponsored by the State Building Trades Council of California. This bill would replace an existing process that is carried out automatically and without cost with a costly manual work-intensive process. Currently, when a parent subject to a child support order is 1 month late, the Department of Child Support Services sends a file to the Department of Consumer Affairs. The department's Office of Information Services has a family support unit who then carries out the suspension. The board does not have discretion in these cases. So literally what we do to carry this out is we send the letters that are generated by the system. This bill would replace that automatic process and require CSLB to adopt regulations to withhold a license issuance or renewal if the qualifier is not in compliance. It would require the regulations to also suspend a license when a qualifier is found to not be in compliance. It would require qualifiers to notify CSLB in writing of when they are subject to a child support order. It would require CSLB to take and investigate complaints from anybody with knowledge of a child support order. And it would require CSLB to file an accusation to suspend a license for failure to comply with a child support order, a process that is automatic right now. Because of the automatic processes, this bill would replace. This bill carries a very large fiscal. Staff have estimated a fiscal impact of $1.42 million for the first year and $1.1 million ongoing. This fiscal includes licensing staff to take inquiries into non-compliant child support orders and to process submitted child support orders from licensees. It would require call center staff to take the complaints that come in. It would require enforcement staff to handle investigations of new complaints that would be received, which normally would go through the automatic process. They would also write the investigative reports that would then go to the Attorney General's office for accusation. Because it would have to go to the Attorney General, this would increase our Attorney General costs. This bill would have an IT impact because it would require custom programming to make changes to our licensing systems to be able to handle the manual suspension of a license. Finally, because we have a full regulatory schedule for the next few years, we would not be able to handle writing or adopting the regulations with existing staff. So we would require a regulatory specialist to implement this bill. I came prepared to recommend and oppose, a strong oppose to this bill because of the fiscal impact and because there's already a process in place. However, I confirmed with the author's office yesterday that this bill will be amended prior to its hearing. The caveat there is that the amendments were not available and they could not give me information about what those amendments would entail in concept. So this bill is scheduled to be heard by the Assembly Committee on Business and Professions on April 11th. So I turn this discussion back over to Miguel. Thank you.
So, Fona, for clarification for the board, staff's recommendation right now at this time is it a watch or no vote?
Well, this changed late last night. I was going to recommend and oppose, but the information I received from the author's office that amendments are coming gives me pause. So I want to, see what the board thinks about either watching it or taking an opposed position now. If we take a position now of oppose and the bill is amended to eliminate all the issues that I just mentioned, then we would have an opposed letter on a bill that does not exist. However, if they don't amend it sufficiently, then we would have lost the opportunity to voice that opposition in policy committee.
Thank you, Fona.
So, yeah, without seeing language, I would recommend and oppose, but watch is also something that we can work with.
So with those, with that clarifications and comments, I open it up to board members for comments and questions.
We have a hand raised by Christy in DCA Legal.
feel free, Christy.
Fauna, I just want to ask you, is there an option to take a position but delegate to the legislative chair the authority to change the position if your issues are addressed? Is that a possibility?
Yes. If you could help with that motion, that'd be great.
So before that recommendation for a motion is made by Christy, would it be appropriate to listen to our board members to see if they have any comments or questions, and then digress back?
Yeah, I just wanted to put that out there for board member discussion and consideration prior to any discussion. Thank you.
So board members?
David De La Torre, hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. This legislation, I understand the necessity for legislation like this. You know, there's a lot of deadbeats out there. But what about those that are trying to do the right thing? You know, what I heard was if they're in 1 month in arrears, then their license would be suspended. Is that correct?
The Department of Child Support Services said that is what triggers their action. So then they begin their process to communicate with DCA. Now, whether a license is suspended after missing one payment, I am not sure, but they said that's when their process starts, and it's automatically triggered by a missed payment.
Register folk?
Yeah, just I guess I'm off base on this, but what the staff concern is we would not want to be in a situation where we have to put together some type of an appeal process or have hearings on these type of cases. Right now, we don't, and that if you allegedly owe child support, you have to go to another agency to address that, try to get a continuance. We just rely on what they tell us and we suspend the license. Because if you can envision this, we have limited resources here. We're not set up to be an appeal for child support. It would be a really difficult thing, I think, for us to do. And we do have, I guess the appeal, which does happen is, well, you'll have a licensee that files in Superior Court, like a writ of mandate to try to argue that we shouldn't have suspended the license. We have to defend those. But it's just we're doing this by operation of law. I think we have to be very careful with this because right now we're pretty much, we're not involved in it. If we were actually involved in it, you can imagine you'd have one parent arguing they didn't get child support, the other one arguing they shouldn't pay it. That's not our role here. You know, we have limited resources, and I think you heard earlier, we have like approaching 6,000 consumer complaints we have to focus on. This is an area that is best left to others, in my opinion.
Absolutely, and I support to watch this legislation. I just wanted to make one simple comment is, and the reason I bring up this 1 month, before they take action is, I know there's some awarding bodies that take it forever to pay out on some of these contracts. So it could, like I said, it could, harm some of the good actors that are just trying to do the right thing and then trying to earn a living. So that was it. Just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah, I think the issue here is that the Contractor State License Board does not have jurisdiction when it comes to the family code. This bill would place that jurisdiction with us. The current process is automatic and we do not have discretion. So the decisions of the courts and the Department of Child Support Services is what drives what happens. We would, prefer to not be the enforcement authority over family law.
Thank you, Fauna. Any other comments from board members?
Rodney Cobos has hand raised.
Please, Rodney.
Oh, thank you. So I'm just with the arm. So there's one deadbeat, and we have this. We have big contractors that have this one individual that's a deadbeat, and we're going to have to shut down their whole contracting business because of this one individual. I have a I don't know if there's any consideration as far as a time frame to where the contractor could find a replacement, because you go in, you're going to shut the, hold the license for this one individual. I was just wondering if there's any consideration from the authors on it.
No, as of last night, they said they didn't have any information for me about the amendments that they would be proposing during the policy committee meeting on April 11th. I assume once they develop that, they will be in contact, but as of last night, that it was not available.
This is Dave.
Text.
I don't know, Fod, if you could weigh in on this. Don't we provide at least 30 days before suspending the license like we do for every other suspension? So I'm that would be my thought, so that they could replace the qualifiers, as was mentioned. If it's the qualifier has outstanding child support, well, then they could find somebody else to get a qualifier. And when that qualifier disassociates, they're giving a 90-day grace period. But Fod, could you comment on that if you're with us? Or maybe not, but we can report back to make sure that's the case.
Yes, all those actually controlled by DCA right now. So, but there is a 90 days requirement there.
There's a window for them to replace the qualifier, so that licensed entity would not be put into a suspension right away. So we're not going to put any licensees into what we call 7031 vulnerability, where they may not be able to get paid on their jobs. They just have to clear up the child support, or they're going to have to find a replacement qualifier, and we give 90 days to do that.
Correct.
Got it. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Actually, this is Susan Granzella. I have a comment in listening to this. The reasons and concerns that Yafana mentioned were almost too numerous to remember. I mean, there are so many concerns. This is a very complicated area, and it's also a very potentially expensive area. And it looks like if we pass a motion to empower the head of the committee to either support or continue to watch this before April 11th, that's almost an impossible situation. So this is a very complicated issue to form a motion like that so that there's a resolution before April 11th. And it isn't our mission. There are all sorts of business concerns here. This would be a long, protracted review that we would have to undertake with a significant fiscal impact, as well as changing, what we do. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Susan.
Through the chair, I have some comments also. Jim?
Jim.
Yeah, this could be a real slippery slope for the license board. I mean, it almost puts us in a position of enforcement that other agencies should really be taking care of. And I just recommend, not a motion, I just recommend strongly we go with what staff said. Keep an eye on this very closely and monitor it and watch it, because like David said, we're limited in our staffing and organization, and it's not our responsibility to take care of child care. They're just reporting it to us to take other means of enforcement, and I don't think that's our responsibility. So thank you.
Thank you.
Comment real quick, Chair.
Yes.
I agree with Jim there. I mean, this seems to me like it should be maybe a step up for the Department of Consumer Affairs. It makes it sound like contractors are the only deadbeats that don't pay child support. I mean, it should be, if you're licensed by the Department of Consumer Affairs, they need to think about restricting licenses with all their respective operating units, I would call it. So it seems a little restrictive.
Thank you, Member Guy. Any other comments?
We have a hand raised by Christy at DCA Legal.
Christy, please.
Good afternoon. So I just want to clarify on the current process. The licensee is notified 150 days prior to the suspension that the suspension will occur until they resolve the issue with the child support agency. And in my experience, the child support agencies usually try to engage before they refer to us to avoid this issue because they get sued right along with us if there's an improper suspension. So my experience is that they engage the contractor up front, try to work that through, and then if that fails, then they they provide this list that they match with the department, and it's for all licensees in this department, not just contractors. And they get this notice, and they have 150 days if they're an applicant to get current on their child support, or they get denied a license. And then the same thing is true for a licensee. 150 days notice, and that would, and either if there is a large corporation, they'd have to disassociate the personnel, or that personnel would have to make the payment within that 150-day period. Otherwise, the entire license is suspended. That's current law. Also, with this bill, we haven't talked about the fact that adding layers of administration will also slow down the recovery process for families that do need the support and are entitled to the support. So there's that consumer aspect that I don't know if the author understands, that adding accusations, administrative hearing procedures, and regulations to the process will actually slow recovery down for anyone that's entitled to recovery. So just want to put that out there for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Christy. One last go on comments from the board.
We have a hand raised by Fauna.
Fauna, please.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to address Christy's comment. We actually had a meeting between the Department of Child Support Services, the Department of Consumer Affairs Legislative Office, us, the Department of Consumer Affairs Office of Information Services Family Support Unit, the author's office, and the sponsor, where we made all of those points clear to them. I believe that's why they're considering amendments, or not considering, why they're going to have amendments, is because of we made it clear that this process is automatic. It does not have a fiscal. It exists. It works, and any manual process would just extend the time until the custodial parent receives any payment of their child support order.
Thank you, Fiona. Question one, could you repeat the fiscal liability potentially from CSLB?
Sure. It is, we've estimated a fiscal impact of 1.42 million for the first year and 1.1 million ongoing.
Okay. All right. So with that, currently staff's recommendation in the packet is to do a watch on this item. If there is no motion to take a different position than watch, then we can move on to the next item. If there's someone from the board who would like to present a different motion, so please offer that motion at this time. So hearing and seeing no motion, we will then move on to our next item. The next item would be the last bill. It's SB 630 by Senator Dobbs, which begins on page 167. This bill would require CSLB licensees to provide an email address, if available, at the time of initial licensure and renewal to CSLB. This bill would also require licensees to update their email within 30 days of a change. This bill would protect email address confidentiality by establishing that licensees' email addresses are exempt from disclosure under the California Public Records Act. Additionally, this bill would expand the registrar's authority to revoke a licensee for failure to comply with a disciplinary order that imposes probationary conditions. Kona, would you please speak more on this bill?
Sure. So SB 630 by Senator Dodd was presented to the board as a proposal at its December 8th, 2022 meeting, and it received approval at that time. Based on that approval, Mike Jimnitsky, Chief Deputy Registrar, was kind enough to secure an author for this bill before I arrived. There is no fiscal associated with this bill, and it would greatly improve our ability to communicate with licensees. Additionally, this bill would standardize our processes when discipline is imposed with disciplinary conditions. For example, the registrar has authority to reimpose revocation when restitution is not paid. However, that authority does not exist when the probationary conditions are, for example, to take a class or retake an exam to establish knowledge necessary to conduct business as a contractor. So probationary conditions are imposed in lieu of revocation. So when those conditions aren't met, it makes sense to reimpose revocation. This bill is scheduled to be heard on April 10th, 2023 by the Senate Committee on Business Professions and Economic Development. Again, this is a board-sponsored bill, and staff request support for SB 630. Thank you.
Thank you, Fauna. Any board comments on this item? Hearing and seeing none. So therefore, the staff recommendation is that the board support the CSLB sponsored bill. This would include authority for staff to communicate this position in written letters and public testimony. Are there, again, any board members that have questions or comments on this item? Hearing and seeing none. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Michael Marks, second.
Michael Marks, second. Who was the primary?
Delatorre.
Thank you, Delatorre. Is there board comments on that motion?
Do we need to hear public comment?
We do. Rico, is there public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you. Mariah, please call the roll.
Mary Teichert, approved absence. Rodney Cobos,
Aye.
David De La Torre,
Aye.
Miguel Galarza,
Aye.
Susan Granzella,
Aye.
Alan Guy,
Aye.
Jacob Lopez, approved absence. Diana Love,
Aye.
Michael Mark,
Aye.
Stephen Pinelli, approved absence. James Ruane,
Aye.
Johnny Simpson.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mariah. This concludes the legislative and regulatory agenda for today's meeting. I now turn it over back to Vice Chair, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Miguel, for your report. And we are coming to the end of our meeting. However, before we do that, I would like to ask for one final public comment not related to items on the agenda, and to also see if Edgar is still with us at this meeting and would like to comment. Rico, are there any comments?
We have a hand raised by James Alvarez. James, you can unmute and speak.
Could you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to make my concerns about the licensing laws. I made my complaints in a few other meetings that the costs to the new workman's comp, surety bonds, and license fees would do the opposite of the state needs right now, and that's more housing, equitable housing, and more workers in the industry. And compared to many of the other states, our licensing laws come out as the most restrictive, and the FTC has offered plenty of alternatives, 13 from being the most restrictive, and free market, which is standard in Maine. Vermont, Florida has Jim Walter exemptions for small contractors. Louisiana has $50,000 exempt licensure, and they're one of our reciprocity states. And most of the requirements that the board puts have been known to have adverse impacts to competition, to entry, and foster higher costs to consumers. And I would just like to ask the board for looks into alternatives, into different licensing systems, and work with existing states that have made progress in reforms and that operate without state regulation, that have been perfectly fine, have more home ownership rates, lower costs, and less litigation, less people, contractors being sued for unscrupulous work. And I feel Californians deserve the same opportunity, privileges, and immunities that other states have in this industry. And we deserve the same opportunity to build a better California. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any more comments?
There are no comments. We can try to see if Edgar wanted to make comment. We were having some technical issues earlier when he was trying. Edgar, do you want to unmute and see if we can hear you? So it looks like the same issue as earlier. Edgar is unmuted on our side, but we cannot hear you if you are speaking, Edgar.
Do we know if he was ever able to put any comments in the chat?
Yes, there are several comments in the chat from Edgar.
Okay, and we will capture those comments. Thank you.
Yes, they get saved with the recording.
Okay, thank you. We are now at the end of our agenda. This concludes our board meeting for today. Can I please get a motion to adjourn the board meeting?
So moved. Second.
And who made the motion?
Jim Ruane.
Okay, and the second?
Delatorre.
Thank you both. And we do not need a roll call, so that will end our meeting, and our meeting is adjourned. Thank you all and have a good day.
You all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.